Hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you're having a great day. Let me just double check everything is working, and then we will begin. In the meantime, how are you? Let's see. Boop. Also, I forgot to lower the music. All right. I think we're good to go. Let's move over here. Welcoming everybody. Magical, you were here first. Hello, how are you? Emmers, welcome in. Yemet, welcome in. I have a feeling it is bedtime for Emmers. Or about to be. Or it could just be Yemet. No, I feel like it's Emmers. I could be wrong. But welcome in, everybody. How are you today? I'm doing okay. How was the schools? How was the workies, everybody? I told them about coming in early tomorrow. Oh, you did? Really? Were you just like, I've had enough? What was the reason? You're just like, I need some sleep. I just need things to be sleeping a little bit. Today was actually a pretty decent day. Oh, good. Always like that. Always like that. We got our hopes and dreams crushed today by them telling us all 3 shifts are working this weekend, even though we are last up. What? Wait, so now you have to work Saturday? No, and that's the perfect emote for that. Oh, that is no fun. Yeah, then there's definitely no point in going in early. There's no reason to. That was me, I bet. Yeah, isn't the whole point of the longer days so also you don't have to go in on Saturdays? Jonzo! Is this game based off of a TV show on Callthulu? That's a good one. That's a good one. Jonzo, how are you? That's if I work 56 hours before Saturday. Okay. Would you have been able to do that if they hadn't changed up the fact that everyone is coming in on the weekend? The horrors persist, so do I. Fair. That's fair. Is it mostly work horrors or the other kinds? And apparently they knew this Tuesday and they chose not to tell us so people couldn't do the over. What? Emmers? No. I would riot. It's time to riot, Emmers. The kind you'll be playing. Ah, the Eldritch Horrors. Okay. And that is also fair. By the way, there's a few Twitch badges that have been added. I don't know if they're all live. One of them is for sure. There's a Subnautica badge. I have a feeling I could convince a few people to get a Subnautica badge. It looks like this. Looks like that little guy. Yes, please. I might wait just a little bit. I know Bear loves... Bear maybe already has it, but maybe we'll wait for Bear. And they were like, well, next weekend is a holiday weekend, blah, blah, blah. No! So I love that emote so much. Did you ask him if it is a Jar Jar Binks wig or something? Because it actually does look like it in retrospect. But, yeah, is it next weekend is Memorial Day? Is that right? Or something? I only know because I was looking at my grocery store app and they were like, Memorial Day food. So I was like, oh, Memorial Day must be coming up soon. I got stopped in a store yesterday and asked if I was the streamer Queso. That's amazing. Did you say yes? Yes, and you can buy me these items I was going to buy. Yes, but please drop subs at this streamer named Punch Lasers. No questions. There's also a Brawlhalla badge, but I don't think that one is live. That one doesn't have dates. And there's a Civ 7 badge. But I think only this one is currently available. Oh, and the you guys probably got notified when you came in that there's the Crunchyroll one. I sent him a message about it, see if he responds. Okay. I'm so curious. I thought it was like an anime girl like hat or something. Because I thought, oh, maybe like the pink things are like anime girl hair. But then as I looked at it more, and because one of you mentioned it, the like black line does kind of look like it could be Jar Jar's mouth, and it does look like there are things on the very top. So now I'm like, oh, it is probably a Jar Jar Binks. I don't know what donk means. Like, I don't know what emotion that's supposed to signify, but I love it regardless. Like, is it like a cheering? Is it a like, hey, pay attention to this? I don't know. I have no idea who he was and thought they asked me, where's queso? So I just said, like, cheese. And then it dawned on me, they said, streamer, that's amazing. Yeah, I couldn't tell you anything about queso. I only know he exists. And we played Water Park Simulator, and queso is like a random NPC that can, like, be in it. That's really all I know about him. He could be problematic. He could be just fine. I really have no idea. I have zero opinions on queso. But I looked him up, and now I'm going to shave my beard and go to the gym a lot. That's funny. Yeah, he is a ginger. That's also the only thing I know about, right? So when you said that, I was like, oh, I could see that. Only based on the fact that you both have red hair. I think, right? Queso. Again, this is how... Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Crunchyroll thing. Has that been popping up everywhere for you? For those of you that don't have Nitro? Because every stream I go to, it's like, sign up for Nitro. All redheads are the same person and are also related. At least you share the same soul, I bet. Oh, yes. Turbo. Twitch Turbo. Discord Nitro. Turbo and Nitro just have like such the same energy that I get them confused. And I associate Discord with Twitch, which I know is maybe not, it might be weird, but I have said, Jonzo, that I feel like anytime somebody says you look like this person, they mostly mean like I have a theory that it's mostly the person's hair. Whether it's like the color or like the general styling, they will be like it'll mostly be people's hair rather than like their face or anything else. And so that's why I think I was just like, oh, because you're both redhead. That's probably why. There are like some differences, like, or there's some like maybe exceptions. But when I was skinny, people thought I was Shaun White, the flying tomato. Can't escape it. I think because like there's exceptions. There have been some people, for example, like I know people have said YV looks like certain people, and then like you look them up and they also have like tattoo sleeves. So it's like, okay, that's probably part of it. But in general, I feel like when someone says you look like blank, it's usually it's tied to your hair. It's usually the hair is a big like identifying factor versus like facial features or anything. That's my theory. Sassy, welcome in. How are you? How's it going? But Emmers, that sucks. I hate that you have to work Saturday. That's no fun. I'm doing all right. Good, good. How was school? How were the children? We will be playing more Call of the Elder Gods today. We will continue that. I think my goal, I want to try at least do 2 chapters today. We left off at the start of a chapter. Because I think we have 4 chapters left. So we do 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Done. Saturday, there might not be a stream. Mostly because the tech support person is coming in on Saturday. Anytime between 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. So, it sort of depends. Or we do a late stream or something. But I have a couple of little games that we need to play. I got a code for Dead as Disco, which it's in early access, but it seems like it's pretty quick to get through the content. So like, we'll probably do that at some point. I never got a code for that one walking sim game. Even though they emailed and said, "Hey, by the way, you're gonna get a key," and I was like, "Oh, awesome!" And then I waited, and then I just never got it, and so then I emailed them like, "Hey, is that coming?" I was curious, and then they said I got an email back. They were like, There's been a delay in us receiving codes. What is that, Bear? That is a Subnautica badge. Do you want it? It's a water slug. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's fair. I thought you wanted to support Subnautica too, but I guess you're not a Subnautica fan. But for the rest of us who would like a for the rest of us that want a water slug, I'm going to switch the category now. Now, why did you do that? I'm just kidding. Cuz I could. Because I feel like you enjoy Subnautica 2, or Subnautica maybe the most out of anybody. I don't know. Let's see. So I found out today that the people who made Crushed in Time also made There Is No Game, Wrong Dimension. Oh, and that Crushed in Time is technically a spinoff. I could see that. The style is very similar. Like the art style, it seems like the writing. I could see that for sure. By the way, I've switched the category to Subnautica 2. Remember, do not gift a sub until you see the message pop up if you would like the water slug badge that looks like this little guy. And Bear, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Also, I see you got one of the new Hype Train emotes, the Winnie, huh? I got the frog. I don't remember what... Walk? No. What was the... I was actually just thinking about this before stream. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to remember the... Because it's not... The... Like, Winnie is the name of the cow. But I guess, huh, is the... reaction. Where are my Hype Train emotes? I got this one. Georgie March. I'm going to have to remember that the frog is marching. March. 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 Okay. Have you been playing Crushed in Time? Is that out yet? Let's see. Has it popped up for me yet? June 10th. Oh, okay. Oh, that's still coming up pretty soon. Oh, apparently... If we stick around for 15 minutes, you also get an emote. Let's see. There we go. I think I see it now. One more, if you subscribe or gift a sub, you earn the water slug. If you watch for 15 minutes, you earn a fish emote, sort of. It's like an alien fish. I can leave it on for 15 minutes. At 4:10 my time. That'll be, so everyone who's watching right now. It'll be a gift to myself for surviving the school year. When's the last day? Okay.
Thanks, friendo. Wha-bam.
Bear! Not a fake fan, confirmed. Where is... This is your fault. Come on, you want a Subnautica badge. You want to support the game. Apparently it's already sold very well.
Pack to the moon.
A spark lights the fuse.
Oh, anonymous.
The hype train roars to life.
Thank you so much for...
Choo choo. O Lord.
8 gifted subs? 8?
You got bamboozled.
Thank you very much. That is a surprise. Danberg. Raceland. Bangers and
friendo.
Sash. This is Aki.
Wha-bam.
Miss Vin. Sunny Rains. Outward Fanatic. And Demon D. Harris. If you were gifted a sub, make sure you say thank you. That is very kind of you. Very much appreciate it. And those that participate will also get one of the new emotes. Probably. You know, if it depends on how many emotes, hype train emotes you have. But they added some new hype train emotes. I only have the frog, which is level 2. Serval Bop is level 3. So if we complete this level, you guys get Serval Bop. The next level is Emu Load. That one's fun. I kind of want that one. And then there's Winnie, huh? But thank you so much, Anonymous. I'm not familiar with this slug, but who knows? Maybe it might be my favorite thing when I play the. It's true, and then you'll be like, you can rep the slug. I'm gonna put you over here. I don't have any of the new ones yet. Yeah, I got that March one yesterday. But yeah, this will be my second of the new ones. It does look cool. I like the colors of the water slug. For like a badge symbol. Like the colors are nice. I've been looking at, I feel like now that I've been like getting badges, I've been looking at a lot of them like, yeah, that would be a good one. Like it stands out in chat. Like I'm gaining opinions. I'll be spamming this a lot. So it gets into my favorites fair. There's a wolf emote coming, or badge for Brawlhalla. And then there's like a clock. It might be the logo. Oh, I think it's the Civ. Is it the Civ logo? Civ 7. What does the Civ logo look like? No. Okay. Maybe it's more tied to Civ 7. I'm saying Civ 7, not 6-7, just for clarification. Actually, I don't know. It's like a golden clock.
A collective chair. Our hype train
Magical!
soars
Thank you
higher.
so much for 500 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We are currently level 3 complete. And currently, Serval Bop. Serval Bop is coming up. If the I got rid of the it no longer just keeps on talking over itself. The problem was there used to be a wait. Is that right? Yeah. I did fix it. It did it at the right time. They like changed what like API things you can like use to like they used to allow you to add, or not, how do I say this? There used to be a way for like a Stream Deck or something to be able to connect with like hype trains and be able to monitor like, oh, the hype train is now at level this specific number, or it has like it is leveled up, it has done whatever. They then like got rid of a lot of those and like simplified it. like I've seen people do things where like before it'd be like with every hype train something new would be on the, or with every new level something new would be on the screen. Like it just keeps on stacking depending on how many levels you're at. I don't think you can do that anymore with like Twitch's API because they simplified it. And so the problem was I had things set up for the way they had it before, and so I had to turn something off because it was like if anyone gave, like even if it didn't level up, it was still saying the hype train roars to life, and it's like, what? No. It's not, it's, we don't need this happening for every little, bit that happens. It goes well with my VIP and it does actually. Yeah, it matches that very well. I might change out our sub badges at some point. I just don't know what they would be. I haven't thought about it. There's a lot to change. There's a lot to do and change. It'll change at some point. I mean, we only have 8 months left, so might as well make the most of it. Oh, there was a trailer I was going to show you guys that I feel like I'm looking forward to this. While the hype train is going. And again, we'll also stick around, let's see, for another like 8-ish, 9-ish more minutes for those, so you guys can get your emote. All right. There, a game was announced. Well, like a port. Daz? Oh my goodness, it's Daz. Welcome in. How are you? We're currently, if you want the Subnautica badge, this little guy, the water slug. Busy. How is work? We're gonna be in the Subnautica 2 category for another 7-8 minutes. So if you want the water slug badge, you just gotta gift a sub. But there was
It's time to disembark as the hype train nears its end.
Thank you guys for the hype train.
Friends.
I'm so broke at the moment. Fair. Oh, hold on. Serval Bop. You got Serval Bop. How work is okay. Fair. I like Serval Bop. That's a good one. Is it mostly work that's keeping you busy? Oh, you got that one? Oh, I'm sad you didn't get Serval Bop. Magical. No, we'll just have to have another hype train soon. Okay. Hold on. A port was announced. Can't believe I didn't get it. No! Yeah, I guess we got it because we have probably completed we've probably gotten all the other hype train emotes, I would imagine. So I'm sad. I'm sorry you didn't get it. I didn't even notice the hype train. Oh, no, you're good. You're totally good. Yeah, there is a port for this game. I think you could call it a port. So they are re-releasing Moss 1 and 2, but it's not VR. And I've always wanted to play Moss. It was one of the like few times where I was like, oh, I kind of wish I had a VR just so I could play this. But now I'm noticing that. Thank you. It's done, but so Moss the Forgotten Relic is Moss 1 and 2 that were previously just VR games. They used to be VR exclusive, but they have, like... It's because it's not a... I mean, I don't think you would call it a remaster. It's like they've ported it to... It will be on, like, every platform now, including Switch and Switch 2, I believe. Yeah, it's like a little platform puzzle sort of adventure. Back to my shadows, y'all behave. Daz, it was good to see you. It was good to see you, Daz. I hope you're having a good day. Continue to have a good day. Have you all... Okay, how many minutes left do you guys have on your fish emote? I don't know. If you're... Oh, you're probably on mobile, right? Because you're usually on mobile. On browser, I don't know if you guys have noticed, at the bottom of chat, there is now like a drops thing. So you can like keep track of your drops and like progress. Instead of having to go up at the top right menu, you can now... It's a purple little chest icon. You can now click on that and it'll show you like the time. I realized that mine is not counting up because, silly me, I forget I'm not watching myself. So I don't think my iPad is counting either, but so you'll have to tell me like when you guys unlock the emote. You got it. We'll stay here for another 2 minutes, just in case anybody is left over, and then we'll move back to Call of the Elder Gods. There you go. I'll have to go lurk in someone's... Why don't I have it? Maybe it's just taking a little bit longer or something. I can't remember. Madrigal, do you typically watch on mobile or on like a tablet? Or are you on a computadora? Also, Daz, thank you for those bits if you're still around. Thank you for that hype. I appreciate. I appreciate. Also, for those that didn't hear, all streamers on Twitch, every streamer on Twitch now, can get bits, subs, upload emotes, have channel points, etc. So if you are not affiliated, they've had that going for a while in certain regions. It is now site-wide. So if you're not affiliated, you can get subscribers and bits and whatever. You cannot cash those out until you hit affiliate. But you can until then you can use those for like in Twitch purchases. So if you like give subs to someone, you can have it taken out of that balance you have. But anyway, so that's sort of a big thing. So everyone gets to be subscribed to people. Usually on my laptop, only occasionally on my phone, either when I'm in a meeting or I haven't gotten out of bed yet. Fair. I'm on laptop now. Okay. Yeah, I typically watch people on computer. I had to switch to my phone last night while I was modding because my internet died. It's very frustrating. It was weird. It was weird. I dropped the thing I was fidgeting with. What shall I fidget with now? Boop. Okay. What's the character you first start? Colon. And it can be any part of it. So like that frog emote, March. I can just type in :March if that's what I remember, and it'll pop up for me. I don't have the fish emote. It doesn't count me as watching my own stream. Okay, we'll switch back now. I do feel a little bad. Call of the Elder Gods. Boop. I'll have to lurk in somebody's stream. You have a while. You have until the 21st. You have like a week. It's over. No, it's not over. Let's see. Is there any other news? At least I still have this. Oh, lol. I thought you were gonna do Winnie, huh? Oh wait, you don't. That's been gone forever. It's been gone for a long time. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm excited about Moss. I could see myself playing that. It's been one of the few things that I was like, oh, I would really like to... Like, if I had a VR, I would play Moss for sure. Now I don't have to have one. Let's see. Any other news? Anything else going on, friends? Let's see. New Xbox controller for cloud gaming leaks. I went on a lyric deep dive of this song. I'll save it for another day. Today isn't the day for it. Let's see. Super Mario Galaxy movie digitally on May 19th. I still need to watch the first one. I'm a fake fan. Oh, the Lord of the Rings MMO is canceled. Amazon has canceled their Lord of the Rings MMO that they've been working on for a while. That is unsurprising to me. Supposedly, they have promised, though, to continue to explore a compelling new game experience set in Middle-earth. What does that mean? Probably something with the Battle Pass is what I imagine. I assume it'll still be something that can be monetized. Maybe it'll be a hero shooter. Who knows? We need more Lord of the Rings games. Maybe it's Gollum 2 also. Maybe that's what they're working on. Maybe we finally get to play the Gollum games. Let's see. Any other news? There's some PlayStation sales going on right now. Like Hell Is Us is on sale for a decent price. I still want to play that game. I think I might wait till it's a little bit cheaper, though. Oh yeah, but the game that I had requested, Hell Is Us, is pretty good. I have a lot I need to do. I'll be lurking. Bear, have a good lurk. We'll be getting into the game soon. But yeah, that walking sim game, where did that message go? Yeah, they said, oh yeah, sorry, unfortunately we still haven't received the console keys, but as soon as they come over, I will send one across to you. That was 6 days ago. Feel like we might not be playing it. Next Thursday, Schrodinger's Cat Burglar comes out. We'll be playing that, though. Phenopolis, that also is next week, isn't it? Phenopolis. May 20th. Yeah, that's the day before that. I've not received a code. I've been trying to figure out how to request a code for it. I messaged them and was like, how can I has game? But at least we have Schrodinger's Cat Burglar. And isn't there a new game at the No, I think that's it. Anyway. Well, I suppose we'll get into the game. But we'll go ahead and go BRB. Run ads and all of that, and then come back and get into it. So, friends, if you need to stand up stretch, it didn't pause. There we go. If you need a stand up stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, etc. Now is a perfect time to do so. We'll come back and get into Call of the Elder Gods. BRB!
Take this pause to rejuvenate. Stand, stretch, hydrate. We will be back in just a few moments.
And welcome back, everyone. Okay, I'm 2 chapters ahead of you now, so I should be good for the night. Nice. Way to go. Toon. Welcome in. We are hopping into the game.
My name is Caleb Bowen. I work for the United States government.
Bowen often made that claim, though it was at best a half-truth. Sure, he'd worked for the government once, but that was a long time ago, and he'd been running solo for years.
Do you realize that you trespassed on a site closed off by the United States government? And more importantly, that you were seen in the company of Professor Harrison Everhart. You may not know this, but Everhart is a subversive individual. We suspect he may be working for the communists.
Bowen kept lying. He knew Harry could be many things, but a communist was definitely not one of them.
You better have proof for what you're saying.
You are in no position to demand anything, girl. But even so, I'll show you who Professor Everhart really is. Your father's name was Franklin Drayton. He and his brother Moses ran a workshop in Benoit, Mississippi called Drayton Motors. He died in a work accident in San Francisco in 1934. Is that correct?
You've been investigating me? What kind of...
Shut up and listen to what I have to say. Do you recognize anyone besides your father in this photograph?
Wait, is that Professor Everhart?
Oh, correct. Everhart led an expedition to the Pacific in 1934. Your father was part of that expedition.
That was the only truth Bowen told during his conversation with Evangeline.
Your father didn't die in San Francisco, Miss Drayton. He died in excruciating agony, alone and abandoned, on an island in the Pacific, and all because of Professor Everhart. I bet he never told you that, did he? In fact, every member of the Everhart expedition died or disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Even the professor's wife, whose strange illness was the impetus for the expedition, died under equally mysterious circumstances.
I didn't die under mysterious circumstances. I died in our bed, holding Harry's hand. But Bowen had no interest in telling that part.
How can you possibly know that?
One of my associates was part of that expedition. She also perished, though not before informing us of what had happened.
Evie was in shock and full of doubt. The professor was a withdrawn and sullen individual and, frankly, really hard to deal with, but could he also be responsible for her father's death? Despite her doubts, she kept silent, and wisely so. She still didn't trust this Bowen fella, regardless of his claim that he worked for the government.
Now you know the kind of person you've gotten involved with, Evangeline. And the kind of trouble you're in. I have a few questions for you. For your own good, I suggest you cooperate. That platform beneath the lake in the Rappahannock River caves, how did you manage to activate it?
Let's see what happens if we lie.
You're wrong. I didn't activate any platform.
Don't try to lie to me, girl. You're no good at it.
You must have recognized the girl's cognitive pattern, I'm sure of it. She even mentioned a period of amnesia. Just like Peasley.
I hope you're right.
Evangeline had not the slightest idea what those two men were talking about.
Next question. You said a word while you were asleep. Nakotis. Do you know what that means?
We're lying.
It's the first time I've ever heard that word. I swear.
She mentioned the city's name. I heard it myself. She's lying.
Evie realized that, unintentionally, her captors had revealed something to her. Nakotis was a city.
Final question. Have you heard of someone named Dr. West?
I think he's a professor from Miskatonic.
That's impossible. A human name in a manuscript written by...
Caleb fell silent. He had almost revealed too much.
This is a waste of time, Pharaoh. It's obvious the girl is hiding something, but there are more effective and less traumatic ways of getting that information.
You're right. Proceed.
I told you everything I know. I promise.
No, you have not. But let's find out what you really know. Please take a look at this. Do you understand this language?
Even though it was written in those puzzling characters, Evie understood the book's title. Narcotic Manuscripts. Non-linear displacements toward the Great Library and reversible transfer of cognitive pattern.
Tell me, Miss Drayton, what's written in the book cover?
Narcotic Manuscripts.
Evie surprised herself. Had she spoken against her will?
I chose to
couldn't help
lie.
but translate the book's subtitle as well. She was feeling more and more tired.
That's better, Miss Drayton. Now, open the book. Focus and listen to my voice.
Oh.
Listen to my voice.
At the start of the
while
game, they
you
talked
read
about
the book to
hypnosis.
us.
So
Read
we're being
the book
hypnotized.
to us.
Salve, Cornathun, Nakotas.
What just happened? Am I in my dorm?
Let me catch up. What is this? This is Call of the Elder Gods. It's a sequel to Call of the Sea. Emmers, have a good night. Thanks for being here. The interrogation is where I got the funny achievement last night. Oh, really? What did you do to get the achievement? I got no achievement. Space outside. Okay. Nothing new for us to interact with. Oh.
Oh no, Evie was not in her dorm room. Not at all.
Totally normal things.
Hey, over here, Evangeline. Hey, how are things, kid?
Papa.
Papa! But it can't be. You're alive?
Oh, of course I am, darling. But you have to find a way.
That was not her father, of course.
You must reach Nakotas.
Have I crossed another one of those portals? Good Lord. None of this makes any sense.
Ooh. Very Mobius strippy.
This is weird. Really weird.
Salve, Cornathun, Nakotas.
Cool.
Drunken Motors? Dad and Uncle Mo's motor shop in Benoit?
Moses, we're running out of money. If we don't get some cash soon, we'll have to shut the shop down. Yeah, well, that's easy for you to say. I've got a daughter to provide for.
I chose all the sarcastic options and got the brat achievement. It said, did you really think it was a good idea to insult the people who kidnapped you and tied you to a chair? Oh, that's amazing. That's very funny.
You're a whiz, mister. Would you be interested by any chance in an exciting job opportunity in the Pacific?
So her father was on the expedition. That's interesting.
Papa, don't do it. Don't go to San Francisco, please. Hey, what just happened?
It'll only be a few days, Jitterbug. I'll be back before you can say Jack Robinson.
Drayton is dead, but it doesn't matter. His death brings me closer to an answer. I'll do whatever it takes. The only thing that matters is Nora's life.
Wait, no. That doesn't sound like the professor at all.
Evie realized Bowen's lies were seeping into her thoughts.
Frank, how do you feel?
Not good. But that doesn't matter anymore, Mr. Harry. Just listen to me. Get off this cursed island. You'll find nothing here but death. Go back home. Spend what time you've got left with your wife. And there's another thing I want to ask of you.
Papa!
Where am I now?
Is the lizard?
Who are you?
Salve Callthulu Nakotas.
The great engineer?
The book.
Salve Callthulu Nakotas.
Oh! Alien!
Incredible. Did you hear that? We were right. We finally found the coordinates. At last, we know where Nakotas lies. Thanks for your cooperation, Miss Drayton.
About an hour after Evangeline had her otherworldly vision,
Finally, I'm inside.
Harry snuck into the same building where she was being kept captive. He had been there many years ago, when he was seeking funding for the Everhart expedition.
Okay.
Miss Drayton, are you there?
Oh.
What on earth?
Harry had always suspected that the Starry Wisdom was something far more sinister than a simple astronomical society, and as soon as he stepped into their inner sanctum, his worst fears were confirmed.
Apparently, the only way to get into the Pharaoh's office is by getting the right combination on the statues downstairs. And I bet my life that Pharaoh is Caleb Bowen.
Access to the Black Pharaoh room is strictly forbidden. Only once the participants have aligned the elements of their statues will the great Black Pharaoh descend from his chambers to begin the ritual.
Egyptian hieroglyphs?
That is a lot of notes right there. Okay, so we have giant button in the middle. What's over here? Elevator?
This elevator doesn't seem to have a call button. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh. Okay, so numbers, names. Oh, do we need to figure out... okay, and then we have symbols. So I feel like, hold on. Let's look around for a second.
These people are out of their minds, no doubt about it. There's a pyramid in the center of this chamber. I wonder if... Certain sections of this pyramid seem to move.
For a moment, Harry wondered whether it was a good idea to mess with the mechanism, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if it meant alerting someone, he had to find Evangeline and get out of there.
Ah, okay.
The doors to the upper rooms are open.
I find it interesting that Nora is narrating this game. She's either dead or a fish, depending on your choice, but either way, shouldn't really be talking. Yeah. Part of me wonders if we will see her again somehow.
A black statue of a pharaoh. I don't know which one it represents, but it's unsettling to say the least.
Like, I feel like that wouldn't be... Her coming back in some way wouldn't be the weirdest thing in this game.
I believe my psychiatrist had one of these too. I believe my...
Newspaper and nothing in there.
Only those who have been enlightened know the divine geometry of the tetrahedron, which grants access to the gates of knowledge. What's this load of baloney? A tetrahedron.
I figured that out without that. Okay. then we have, okay, and I think this is going to help us.
Like an astronomer's office.
This will help us with the downstairs puzzle.
This book seems to recount traditions of ancient Egypt.
Nile flooding, season of emergence or crop growth, season of harvest. Okay, yeah. So that, yeah. I think we need to figure out everyone's names, what their like job was, what animal represents them.
So these freaks have masks, code names, and hieroglyphs assigned to each of them.
What do you think, Orion? If we also assign him the hieroglyph we discussed, his symbol would match his mask just as yours does. Let me know what you think. After all, astronomy is your your domain. True, the Elder God could probably make things happen. We could also be hearing Harry's inner thoughts, and it's Nora's voice because she was love his life. Also true. Though she narrates for Evangeline as well, so.
Different constellations. It would take a good eye to locate all of them in the night sky. Heaven's sake, these kooks really are obsessed with ancient Egypt.
It's true. Yeah, so I don't know. But part of me is like, I wonder if we will see something. Like she comes back in some way or in some form or something. I don't know.
An archaeologist's office for sure. There's something written in German in these pages.
Although Harry's German was a bit rusty, he understood what it meant.
In Egyptian hieroglyphs, the direction the figures face determines the opposite reading direction. A subtle guide for the reader's eye to navigate realms hidden in stone. Thus, if the characters face to the right, the text is read from right to left. Conversely, if they face left, text is read left to right. Even though these savage traditions disgust me, I have no choice but to accept them. Rude. But Evangeline has always had weird dreams like Nora did. Maybe she's connected to the fish people. Maybe. That's true. That could be.
This must be the group's official photographer.
Seems like it.
This guy has been all over the world.
The letter laid bare the bad blood between some of the cult members. Something pretty common when power-hungry fanatics are involved.
Auriga, do not ever address me as Larry during the rituals again. Proper names are strictly forbidden within these walls. Consider this your final warning. Okay. Right, Larry. Figured it would be a dark room.
A bin full of discarded prints. Trays with various chemical substances. They even have the molecular structures written on the bottles. Looks like a device to make prints from photographic film.
Okay. Some. Now, I guess probably the smart thing is to. Where is? Here it is. I'm gonna start putting some of this stuff in. So. I mean, this is a lynx, no? Larry, we don't know what his job is, but lynx. And then we need to figure out. So. Orion and the astronomer have masks similar to their hieroglyphs. And Auriga, which I suppose if I knew what that...
Anubis.
Oh.
Egyptian god of the underworld. That is Sobek. God of fertility and life and lord of the Nile. Thoth. God of intelligence and magic. A statue of Horus. Egyptian god of order and justice. Bastet. Goddess of protection and love.
Okay, so... Okay. I assume... Well... Okay. Keep going. I've been enjoying the puzzles in this. They have far more steps than the ones in Call of the Sea, and they've been fun. So far, I feel like they've been, like... also generally easier. There were a few in Call of the Sea. I mean, maybe I'll be wrong. There were a few in Call of the Sea where I was like, I legitimately do not know what you want me to do.
This office looks expensive. Must belong to some sort of dilettante.
I have yet to feel like...
What nonsense are they talking about now?
Completely lost. That makes sense. Okay, each initiate must correctly align the elements beneath the statue representing their mask, as well as the number that marks their position in the monthly ritual. Position name, role, code name, hieroglyph.
This fella clearly has expensive tastes. I'm impressed. You have to be some kind of narcissist to snap a pic of yourself. Especially if it's just to show off your muscles.
Build like a brick house.
The robbery at my house could have gone way worse, all things considered.
I don't see why Pharaoh put so much faith in Eridanus. He's nothing more than a big-headed fool. I knew he wouldn't be able to fetch the statuette. What good were all his hypnosis tricks? It would have been a heck of a lot easier just to send me. I'm the strongest and largest in the group. After all, a couple of punches and we'd have that relic by now.
October 29th. Just an office. But this couch, maybe from a psychiatrist's office?
Okay, so this is the hypnosis guy.
This metronome still makes my skin crawl. He sounds glad to be rid of him.
At last, I'm getting rid of that idiot, at least in the rituals. It is about time.
Pharaoh already announced the ritual positions. I'll have to be next to Orion nearly all year.
Harry immediately recognized the voice of Dr. Frog in the Throat.
I've always despised spoiled rich kids, and Orion's no exception. I'll have to pretend I tolerate him, but luckily I'm fairly skilled at pretending.
Okay, hold on.
Pharaoh already announced the ritual positions. I'll have to be next to Orion nearly all year.
Harry immediately recognized the voice of Dr. Frog in the Throat.
So Orion
I've
might be.
always despised spoiled rich kids, and Orion's no exception. I'll have to pretend I tolerate him, but luckily I'm fairly skilled at pretending.
I think the only one that took me a moment and called to see was the constellation one on the floor where you have to change the constellation to open the doors. It was hard for me to visualize. I do remember that one. There was also one that was on like a cliffside. I remember that there was like a piano that you had to press. I think there were like stones. You had to like kind of walk back and forth. I struggled with that one for so long. I just had to look up the solution.
A roll of film. I wonder what's on it. 1955.
Felix.
So they've been doing this for a while now. Drat. This is my prescription. From Dr. Frog in the Throat.
Patient presents chronic insomnia accompanied by panic episodes. Okay, Eugene Kingsley.
So the good doctor tried to make off with pieces of the Black Ooze statuette. Wrong move, pal.
Explains his, like, the marks on his face. Oh.
This looks like a biologist's office.
Photographic processing instructions. Dip the exposed photographic paper into the 3 tubs of chemicals. Developer, stop bath, fixer. Oh, I wonder if we have to go back to the...
I'm sure I could name all the fish in this aquarium.
Much to his dismay, Harry had become something of an expert on fish, especially those with striking spotted patterns.
The shelf is packed with every kind of specimen. Looks like it came straight out of Dr. Frankenstein's lab. Hanging your college diploma on the wall while you're in some sort of weird cult doesn't strike me as the smartest idea. They rotated the positions. What does that mean?
Glad we finally changed positions. The last time I had to go last and I didn't like it. Okay.
A black statue of a pharaoh. I don't know which one it represents, but it's unsettling to say the least. Drat, I messed it up.
Oh.
I should start again.
Okay, so... Oil... Do we have a, Ah, okay. So... First is... Oh no, that is the order we did that in. Oh, it looks like... Middle one first, then 2, then 3. That is... When in my dark room, you lay them out in order.
Trays with various chemical substances. They even have the molecular structures written on the bottles. Good. I've developed the photo.
Okay. Oh, by the way, thank you for spying dinner tonight. I forgot to take something out of the freezer to defrost. Had to go to the store anyway to get spring mix for mochi because of your bacon conversation this morning. I ended up getting stuff for bacon and eggs. That's amazing. That's very funny. Yeah, I was just thinking of a conversation to spark up yesterday. I'm glad that it turned out to be such a there are a lot of opinions. Let's go back to the biologist's room. I think I missed something. I remember we picked that up. Ooh.
Looks like even kooky cultists have a love life. Who would have thought?
Life isn't all hocus pocus. Just say the word and we'll have a drink sometime. Sweetheart. Howard. There we go. Okay. Let's go back downstairs. I assume this is, yeah, okay. That's the door we're trying to unlock. I genuinely love breakfast for dinner, and after how miserable the last week has been, it seemed like a good night for it. I do enjoy, I like eggs. I like, bacon. I think that's a good choice. Now, okay, hold on. Maybe I've messed up. This is not Larry. That looks like Patricia is holding the Lynx mask. And if so, she is a biologist. Previous rotation 1028. Or she wrote that 1028. So Third Aket. Circle. Okay, so it's that first... Hold on. Is everything... Today is October 29th. So... It looks like... In this case, it is like 1, 2, 3, because they're facing that way. But... All right. For the first Aket, this is the first rotation where I don't have to go next to him in the ritual. Orion and the astronomer have masks similar to their hieroglyphs. Radinus stole the statuette with hypnosis. Oh, in the previous rotation. Okay, so she is the one with the... Probably, I think it's this one. And would put her... Let's see, hold on. So that's one whole one. 2 is that one. So she'd be 3, I think. I feel like that's correct. Can I confirm?
This isn't right.
All right. Then in this picture, I wonder if that's the photographer with the bird mask. Hold on. Or archaeologist, I guess. Felix? Where did we... Photographer Felix. Okay. Gator is the astronomer. Oh wait, hold on. No. No, wait. So the gator is the dilettante. But the mask. Uh-oh, I am confused. Orion and the astronomer have masks similar to their hieroglyphs. But you can see in the picture that the croc is tall. So... I am confused. Okay. Astronomer and Orion have masks similar to their hieroglyphs. Eridanus is the psychiatrist. From the first... This is the first rotation where I don't have to go next to him. So he doesn't want to go... He does not like Orion. So he might be like the pedestal one. I feel like he's this bird. Should make him fourth. Eugene? Psychiatrist. Yeah, this one is tough. So, okay. If that's the case... This should be the astronomer. Correct? Oh, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. The astronomer should be the croc. Also, this can't be Orion. Hold on. Also, I think I have this wrong. I think... Because Orion and the astronomer, they cannot be... I feel like there's not enough information. It's certainly a lot. It's certainly a lot to process. We know it's not Patricia. I think Felix is... There was, Howard. I'm going to say this is Howard. The croc is in position... Is the last one? If that's the case, then... It doesn't make sense that this would be... Or wait, I'm getting confused. Actually. because I keep thinking this should be the dilettante. Because the person wearing the mask is very tall. But that doesn't make sense. He is the strongest and the largest. And he's wearing a croc mask, so... Okay, hold on. I think... Let's... Okay. Let's move some of this stuff over. Auriga goes last. And is... Oh, but that doesn't... It doesn't make sense to me. I'm going to go back to the rooms for a second. I'm going to take one look around. If I can't really pick up on anything else, I'm going to use hints. Astronomer. Astronomer. Okay. Is Orion. Oh, wait. What do you think of Orion? I think I have a... Okay, no. Astronomer, not Orion. If we assign him the hieroglyph we discussed, his symbol would match his mask, just as yours does. Okay. Those were the dates. There's nothing here.
Different constellations. It would take a good eye to locate all of them in the night sky.
It'd probably help if I knew, like, what the different constellations, like, meant. I wonder if there's, like, a connection there. Okay. It's about reading the things. They are German. I think. It looks like it's written in German. Right, this is the archaeologist. The archaeologist is also a photographer. The archaeologist is addressed as Auriga. Do not ever address me as Larry. Larry Lynx. I don't think I need anything in the photo room. Okay, this is the dilettante. We found the ritual instructions. Lots to drink, so... Howard. Okay. Let's see why Pharaoh put so much faith. Right. Okay. Eugene. At last, I'm getting rid of that idiot, at least in the rituals. Was there...
Pharaoh already announced the ritual positions. I'll have to be next to Orion nearly all year.
Harry immediately recognized the voice of Dr. Frog in the Throat.
I've always despised spoiled rich kids, and Orion's no exception. I'll have to pretend I tolerate him, but luckily I'm fairly skilled at pretending.
This shelf is packed with every kind of specimen. Looks like it came straight out of Dr. Frankenstein's lab.
Patricia, biology. Is there anything else? I'm glad we finally changed positions. Right. Okay. All right, I do think this is Howard. I am confused. Eugene, psychiatrist. I think that is correct. Orion? The archaeologist. Could work. I could see that being correct. She is not the Lynx. Because it's Larry. Photographer Felix. I put over there. Not Lynx. Corvus. I mean, it's a bird. But maybe it's not tied to that. I don't think it's Orion. Eridanus is the... She's Corvus? Stop calling me Larry. So would this be Larry, Lynx, if that's the case, wait, we found We found that in the archaeologist thing, so are you Orion? Hold on. Hold on. Little bird. Are there any repeats? 3, Patricia. Let's do it in order. 1, Felix, archaeologist. Alriga, that one. 2 is you. Larry, astronomer, Lynx, little bird. 3 is Patricia, biologist, Corvus. 4 is Eugene. Oh, wait, no, that can't be. Right? Because they're next to each other now. I'm just gonna... I just wanna...
This isn't right.
I wish you would tell me what was right. Give me, like, a thing. We're gonna request a hint. There's no penalty for using... Yeah. I already did all that. The first step is to develop the film. Done. The woman is in a cat mask seen from behind. The cultist with the crocodile mask. Yes, got that. Only 4 cultists appear in the photo, meaning the 5th one is the person take... Oh! Right. That's a good point. Okay. That changes some things. Let's keep looking at this. Yep. The psychiatrist's Egyptian god mask and therefore his statue are never shown, but you can identify them by cross-referencing the other clues. Must be the bird and feather symbol. By finding his hieroglyph in the tablet, you can determine the ritual order. So his mask isn't the psychiatrist's god mask, and therefore his statue are never shown. But isn't he the guy in the middle? Or is he the dog? Tell me more. To solve this, look at the right combinations in the image below. Perfect. I'm just going to do this. Okay. 1. Howard Orion. Hold on. Okay. So he's actually... Wait, so he's 1? Whoops. How? Okay, so I must have been looking at... I've been looking at 3 down. But if he's number 1, then it's October 29th. So shouldn't it be 3rd Akhet? Which would, I mean... Right? Confused about that. Unless it's wait, no, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. There's enough for okay, well, that's fine. I don't know how we were supposed to know what let's hold on. 2 Okay. Everything else is right except for her symbol. At least I was getting most of the information fine. 3 is you. Felix. What was it? Archaeologist Auriga. And snaky symbol. 4 is Larry, Astronomer Lynx. Larry. Okay. Somehow I got the right symbol there. And then 5 is... Oh, wait. Oh, no. That should be 5. Who did I not adjust? That's correct. Yeah, she's 2. I went out of order somewhere. Ah, so this is... Where's dog? 4 Eugene psychiatrist. Okay, so yeah, that totally got... Radinus. And that. Easy peasy. Definitely knew what we were doing.
Must be the access to Bowen's office. Evangeline has to be there. I'm sure of it.
Also, we have to run ads. So let's go ahead and pause there while we had to just cheat through that. Stand up, stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll be back here momentarily. BRB.
Take this pause to rejuvenate. Stand, stretch, hydrate. We will be back in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everybody. All right. Let us continue.
As he rode the elevator up, Harry regretted not bringing a weapon. What if Bowen was still up there?
All right. Let's see what you're hiding here, you scoundrel. Consciousness exchange? Is he talking about mind swapping?
The Egyptian priest holds the method to activate the shining trapezohedron. The consciousness exchange will let me access the arcane knowledge lost to time. Aquatic ruins, matching structures in the caves of the River Virginia. Where is the city?
Apparently that John Teague was Fornax, another cult member.
Iker is dangerous. We need to decipher the manuscripts. How? Who? What?
So the cult was on the expedition along with Peasley. How long have they been behind all this? Spitsbergen. That's the place in Norway Evangeline mentioned.
Rika said they're keeping one of those creatures frozen in the ice. Maybe we could communicate with it? The girl with Everheart understands its language. One of those creatures is just in ice?
Well, looks like they give this medal to just about anyone.
Okay.
That doesn't sound good at all. And what's this Azathoth business?
Unravel the mysteries of the shining trapezohedron. Okay.
Say, isn't that Senator McCarthy?
Indeed. Caleb's friend Joe was none other than Senator Joseph McCarthy, who led the infamous witch hunts against alleged communists.
It really needs a cooler name.
I knew Bowen would never abandon his Nazi pals.
Nazi. Bowen, I confirm that we will bring Felix Stahl to America. We will do so under Operation Paperclip. However, you need to put aside all the esoteric nonsense. It makes you lose credibility with the people in Washington. Okay. Lots of red curtains.
This creature seems vaguely familiar. Dr. West?
Oh, a human name in manuscripts from 250 million years ago? Impossible. Dr. West. May I give you... sure. Spooky book. So just remember very carefully there's something that's easy to miss. Found something accidentally when I set my Steam Deck down without pausing it. My position changed a bit, revealing something. You want a better hint? Let me know. Just looking around for things I can interact with. You know how we talked about it has to do with that? Yeah, I figure that's kind of what I've been. Do do do. What is it? You can just tell me. Because I don't see anything. Search the doorway you came in from the side. Wait. Search the doorway you came in from on this side of the room over on the sides of the doors. See those pillars? Like the door frame? Go towards the rock. Yes. Are there... Ah.
How is Bowen this paranoid?
I figured
A secret
the curtains
area
opened.
in the secret back room of his secret office.
Evangeline had to be on the other side of that door, no doubt about it. But Harry stopped before entering. Was there anything left for him to find in Caleb Bowen's office?
The curtain.
There may be something important.
Okay. I saw the glow from behind the curtain. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Josephine Kerwin. She who transcends beyond death. It can't be. That's Cass.
Ah, yes. That was the confirmation of something Harry had long suspected. Bowen never admitted it, but he had sabotaged Harry's expedition.
Glowing orb.
Enoch Bowen and the shining trapezahedron.
Ah, so mind transferring. That's why she transcends death. Or something. I was standing by the display case when I set my Steam Deck down and shifted my position up to make the hitbox appear on that side. Yeah, that's wild.
What is that? Some kind of odd crystal.
Harry sensed that the trapezahedron, glowing with a strange light, held immense power. A power that would be very dangerous if unleashed. And although he felt the urge to touch it, he decided it was better not to.
Or touches it. Okay, let me just double check. Nothing else. Okay.
Evangeline had to be... Was there any...
Please be all right, Evangeline. Let's go, Miss Drayton. We have to get out of here.
Look, it's the engineer. I've seen one of those creatures before. In my dreams. In the Stone City, in the jungle. He spoke to me in my dreams, Professor. I have
Forget about it, Miss Drayton. We have to call the police and...
Calling the police won't do any good, Professor. We have to go to Spitzbergen. I need to talk with him, with the great engineer.
Miss Drayton, don't you realize this doesn't make any sense? We can't chase Bowen and his...
No, you don't understand. Bowen isn't in Spitzbergen. He's on his way to the city, on his way to Nakotis.
Harry couldn't believe what he had just heard. Evangeline had mentioned a place he had known in dreams, long ago. So long ago, he had nearly forgotten it.
I had a strange dream today. I was inside a vast library and gazed at vistas of another world.
All these questions came crashing down on Harry. And suddenly, he wasn't so convinced anymore. Before boarding the plane to Norway, Evie and Harry talked about the trip. About where they'd be stopping over. About what they'd do once they got to Spitzbergen. They talked about bringing plenty of warm clothing and gear and supplies to make it through. They talked about getting their documents and passports in order. They even talked about the strange city they had both dreamt of. But Evie knew there was something they hadn't talked about. A question she didn't know how to ask the professor, because every time she'd tried, the right words never came out. But a long flight leaves plenty of time to think.
Professor?
Yes?
Chapter 4.
When I was being held by that man, Bowen, he showed me a picture of you. A picture of you and my father in the Pacific. Did you know my father, Professor?
And then, it was Harry who didn't know how to find the right words. Because even though he'd been waiting years for that question, he still didn't know how to answer it. Evie took Harry's silence as a yes.
How come you never told me you knew my father?
Well, you never asked.
What do you mean, I never asked? What kind of an answer is that?
Evie was furious. That petty, childish excuse didn't suit the professor at all.
Look, I wanted to.
You wanted what? Just talk, for God's sake.
All right. I'll explain everything.
Good. We've got plenty of time to spare before we land.
My wife, Nora, was diagnosed with an incurable disease. The same hereditary illness of unknown origin that had struck her mother before her. The doctors had no answer. So I decided to find it myself. I never imagined the answer would take me so far away. To a remote island in the Pacific. Back then, I didn't have the financial independence I have now. So I had to raise money and put a team together. Do you remember the night before your father left for work in San Francisco? You were probably 5 or 6 years old.
Oh, God. Yes, I remember. I remember a beautiful, dark-haired woman, a nervous, scrawny guy, and a man who seemed really happy about something.
I'll never forget those words. You're a whiz, mister. Would you be interested, by any chance, in an exciting job opportunity in the Pacific? That's right. Frank agreed to come with us to the island. It pained him to leave you and your mother back in Mississippi, but he needed the money and I was paying very well. But that island wasn't what we expected. There was something there that... Let's just say there are forces in this world that mankind ought not to meddle with, Miss Drayton. Things like the Black Ooze, and on that island, it was everywhere. I told you, it's the most dangerous substance I've ever come across. We found that out when one of the expedition members came into contact with it. It was him, driven mad, who attacked your father. Just a shallow cut with an ancient dagger, but enough to infect him with that black liquid. That is what took Frank's life. I did what I could to look after him, but that infection, it was beyond anything I could handle. His final words still haunt me. Harry, please look after my wife and my little girl. And that's what I've been trying to do all these years. Though evidently not as well as I might have done.
Evie was speechless. She could not believe it.
Take care of me? What are you talking about? I just met you a week ago. I've never had anyone except my mother. And the only help we ever got was from the insurance checks. What kind of help are you—
There was no insurance, Evangeline.
What?
Harry decided that since he'd started telling the truth,
Ruh-roh.
he wouldn't stop
Well, not
halfway.
ruh-roh, but...
I am the Hydrangea Foundation. Hydrangeas were just Nora's favorite flowers, that's all.
And then, Evie understood. She understood the strange and painful sacrifice that man had made.
I wasn't the one who drove that dagger into your father, but I dragged him to that island and didn't listen when he told me we had to leave.
Harry had spent a long time avoiding the truth of what had happened nearly 30 years before, on that island in the Pacific. But for the first time in ages, he was forced to face it.
So yes, your father died because of me. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I won't be so foolish as to ask for your forgiveness. I know I have no right to it. I understand how you must feel now. I understand that you hate me.
Forgive Harry outright. Confront Harry, but forgive him. I don't hate you. Let it be, but don't forgive Harry. Don't forget. Oh, goodness. We'll do a confront, but forgive.
You could have told me.
I know. But I'm a coward. All I've ever done is avoid responsibility.
Could be. But you've also risked your own life to save mine.
I owed you that.
And you've paid for my schooling? That's not what a miserable man does.
I only did it because I had the money. And because I felt guilty.
Look, Professor. You insist on painting yourself as a horrible person. But I don't think that's true. I think you're just a sad and lonely man who's shouldering more guilt than anyone should have to.
Harry was puzzled. He hadn't expected this. In a strange way, Evie's forgiveness made him feel uncomfortable. Didn't he deserve punishment for what he'd done? Evie's decision had made him doubt. Perhaps it was time to move on.
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe you're right.
I'm sure I am. Believe me.
And after that, Evie and Harry remained silent for the rest of the flight.
Awkward. That's what I chose to. Yeah, I feel like that was the best choice.
Despite having talked about it, Evangeline and Harry were not prepared for the freezing cold they would face on that remote Norwegian island.
Winter gear.
Although weather would be the least of their problems in that place.
Let's go.
God, this is unbearable. Professor, are you sure you're all right? You should have brought a couple more layers.
Don't worry, Miss Drayton. I'll be fine.
Harry hadn't
Probably,
always been like that. He used to like heat. But 3 months stranded on a Pacific island had changed his preferences.
Can we go up here? I do like this level. I could see it being very Alaska.
What we saw in Bowen's office? The Black Pharaoh, Azathoth, and all that? What do you think it means?
Just the ramblings of a madman, I'm sure of it. I'm actually more worried about the other things. Spitsbergen, the statue, your memory loss, and your dreams about that creature. Too much of a coincidence, isn't it? This sign. It's written in Norwegian. I guess we're close.
I'd imagine most signs in Norway are written in Norwegian.
Do you really believe it's possible to switch minds?
Honestly, Miss Drayton, I have no clue what we're dealing with. But whatever it is, we'd better stop Bowen as soon as possible.
Here it is, the radio station.
I went in circles a few times. Fair. I saw a few like buildings up when we first moved, or when we first started moving, and so I was like,
storm
oh,
is
maybe
getting
that's where we're supposed to
stronger.
go.
We'd better stay close to each other, Professor.
Let's just double check.
This looks like the station's garage. I wonder why they left vehicles in here.
Maybe they left in a hurry?
It's not working. It's no use. This switch is completely wrecked.
Oh boy.
I can see some banners on the building. They look like... Oh.
Oh.
Nazis. I hate these guys.
Well. They would be involved.
Just as I thought. No power in here.
Is there anything we can do without power?
I doubt it.
We can snoop.
I'll have to take a look at it later. Right now, I need to get the power running in this station.
No, we cannot snoop.
No, the door won't budge. If there's a key, there must be a generator here somewhere. Evangeline, I see a...
Harry hesitated to say the words because of how absurd they might sound.
space ship of some sort?
A spaceship? You mean like a flying saucer?
Maybe. I did the let me explore all these different paths and got turned around, found footprints in the snow and followed them. They were mine. Oh no. That's funny. Okay. Alright, so looks like we'll have to follow the cable. I'm good at puzzles, not directions. That's funny. Where is... Alright, so...
It's not working.
This wasn't one of the buildings we went into, right? I don't think so. Ah. Well.
Hey, what the...
The current must have caused a power surge in that distribution panel up there. Let me take a look. Maybe I can fix it. Okay. Darn it. This fuse box is sealed. You don't happen to have a screwdriver? Perfect. This'll do.
Screwdriver sounds, ASMR.
An old fuse box. And it looks like it still works. Even after
What's the problem?
Well, the whole base runs on an interlock circuit.
What does that mean? I know nothing of technical stuff and you know it.
It means that for the power to reach the antenna, you'll have to manually turn on each switch in order.
You mean I have to look for switches all over the base?
That's right. I'll route the power from this fuse box, and then you turn it on.
Fine. Stay put. I'll get back to you.
Oh.
Up to you now, Professor.
Oh, did I? That's funny. Okay. So, which do I need to do first?
Your turn, Evangeline.
You're in charge now.
Good. I managed to turn this thing on.
Okay.
Evangeline, try another switch.
Okay.
The entry post is completely wrecked. What happened here?
Is there anything over here? Oh. Okay.
The mess hall. Or what's left of it.
There we go.
Your turn, Professor.
Good. I managed to turn this thing on. Evangeline, try another switch.
Okay.
That one's broken. Oh, right.
It's up to you now, Evangeline.
You're in charge now.
Good. I managed to turn this thing on. Evangeline, try another switch.
Okay.
And to the main building. They need to work on their ladder speed. Very, very slow. Switch.
Please, by all means.
Up to you now, Professor.
Yeah. It is kind of nice to have them.
Yes, we did it.
We're good. Power's on. I'm heading back to the antenna, Professor.
Okay, Evangeline.
They're firefighters. I know they're just taking their time. Just no haste. Okay.
Huh. Wasn't expecting to see one of these here.
What are you talking about?
It's an Enigma machine. A message encryption device the Nazis used to encode top-secret messages.
But how could you possibly know that?
I worked in intelligence during World War II. Obviously, I was too old to be sent to the front lines. And I can't see a thing without my glasses. But the OSS thought someone like me could be useful cracking codes. So they sent me to Fort Meade, Maryland. To the Signal Security Agency building. Hendricks requested a transfer to Europe last week. He's a man of action, no doubt about it. Russell's desk is always a mess. He's probably on a cigarette break.
Bear! Welcome back. You know, this is from... I've never seen Spy Kids, but maybe.
This is the message that needs to be deciphered.
Oh.
Ah, the set of components that makes Enigma's encryption possible.
Cipher message reader, interchangeable rotor disc, main dial, front cover, cable pairing, initiate, decryption process. Oh.
Enigma decoding instructions.
Check the first 3 letters of the message to decrypt. Then find them in column 5. Configure the machine with the elements from that row. Column 1 allows you to check the day the message was sent. Okay.
I really doubt this is how Nora pictures my work here at Fort Meade, but she does love to tease me. I don't rightly know what we'd have done without Turing and his people over at Bletchley Park.
Alan Turing sent Everhard a message, personal message. Enclosed, you'll find the revised procedure. Pay attention to rotor settings and begin with yesterday's indicator. Yay.
We worked hand in hand with the Brits. They'd already managed to crack Enigma, so we hoped their work could help us break JN-25, the Japanese naval encryption system.
Okay. So... main dial, front cover... So does that need to be... Actually, no, this would stay at 1. 11? 23? Oh, wait. Oh, 3, 1, 2. Okay. So now what is that? Is that how that works? Plugs DIUM. Oh. GMR. Okay, 1526.1. Oh, so I've done all of it wrong. 1526.1. 1526. 1. That's the right order. Okay, now I need to do these again. UAWF. There we go.
Excellent. I think I solved it. Maybe we can use their deconstruction process and adapt it to crack the Japanese ciphers. Of course, it was hard leaving Nora alone at home. But she insisted. She knew I could help our country fight the Axis. So my only condition for working at Fort Meade was that my wife could contact me whenever she needed.
Hello? It's Cthulhu. It's the Elder Gods.
Yes?
Hello, my dear old pal.
Nora, it's so good to hear your voice.
How are things going over there, my love?
Well, you know they won't let me tell you anything about what I do here, but we're making progress. Mostly thanks to the British.
Blimey, who'd have thought the bloomin' Brits saving our hides?
Yes, they are, Nora. How are you feeling today? Have you had any fever this morning, or...?
I'm fine, Harry. I'm more worried about you, actually. How are they treating you in Maryland? Are you eating well?
Yes, I can't complain, but I feel like I'm wasting our time. I should be making the most of every day there with you instead of...
Listen to me, Harry. We both know there will come a day when I won't be by your side anymore. But it doesn't make sense to live waiting for that moment. Besides, you're not going to live forever either, old pal. One day you'll kick the bucket too. You know that?
Oh, that's what I call a cold comfort.
Why? What do you think happens when we die?
Such an intense conversation. Has to be something.
There has to be something more.
Oh? You mean like heaven?
Don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting St. Peter to open the pearly gates for me, or walking on clouds or any of that, but maybe what we call heaven is just a good moment that repeats over and over again. Like, I don't know, the early days of our newlywed life in Englewood. We were so young back then, and we didn't know about your illness yet. I don't know if this is just a belief or mere hope, but...
Then, I promise you that when the time comes, I'll be waiting for you in our house in Englewood.
Aw.
Let's talk about something else. All right, Nora? Because if we keep this up, I'm going to burst into tears and lose whatever little respect the army boys at Fort Meade have for me.
All right, darling. I'll let you get back to it. Crack those codes, Commander Everhart. All of America is counting on you.
I'll try my best. I love you, Nora.
And I love you, Harry. I'll talk to you soon.
Quick pause. We have to run ads. And perfect timing. What call did you get? Yours was different? Say no stretch, grub snack. We'll be right back.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
And welcome back. Your call was so much better. Mine was from Bowen, who's incredibly rude. Did he ask you what we thought would happen when we died? Oh. Okay. So I imagine we're going to find some things to decode. Oh. Such as that.
This encrypted message is rather short.
Alright, hold on.
Januar 1943. That means January 1943.
Well, yeah, that one's not too hard to guess.
Februar 1943.
That's February 43, right?
He didn't. He was very demanding about breaking code. Oh.
An encrypted message.
I suppose that makes sense.
There's some sort of cable here.
Okay.
No use. It's encrypted.
And the first letters are missing. Anything in bins? Nope. Nope. Let's check downstairs. Looked it up. Your phone call is based on your call of the CNN. Yeah, that makes sense. Because otherwise, she's just not back. She gone.
What on earth were they doing in this place?
No one suspects what we're doing here. It was Adler who had the idea of hiding the ZNPC beneath a radio antenna. He's the only general who believes in the project. Voight and Hohenberg are just following orders, and Klopke seems more interested in his esoteric charlatanry. But Adler trusts that the success of the ZNPC will secure the Reich's victory. If our research is correct, we might be able to turn the course of the war. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of forget how, like, young Harry and Nora would have been, I guess, through all of it.
All of these rusty gadgets are useless.
And that they had time with each other, I guess. I don't know. Interesting. Does make sense. I was just curious if that was the choice of something else. Oh, yeah, fair.
This machinery hasn't been used for years. It's junk. ZNPC.
Sounds like a secret Nazi project, doesn't it?
Boy, this radio station gets creepier every minute.
Yes, I can feel a shiver down my spine, and it's not the cold.
Otto's dead. My good friend consumed by that black floating polyp. Only his shadow remained. The rest of the team insists in halting the project, but I won't do it. Not until the orders come directly from Berlin. Otto believed in it, and I believe in it too. The NPC is the key for our victory.
Operation Weserübung. The Nazi occupation of Northern Europe.
Felix.
It's the Dienstausweis of an SS Oberstgruppenführer. Some Otto Adler.
English, please?
Oh, sorry, it's the ID of a Nazi general.
This is a good German pronunciation. Oh, hold on. Alex! Are these things we can look at? They are. Alex! What do you think of the game? It seemed like a you and me type. Yeah, have you played Call of the Sea? You did. I remember watching you play it. It's a sequel to that. It's a sequel to Call of the Sea. Overall, I would say if you liked Call of the Sea, you would like this. I remember, because I remember watching you, I think. Oh, sick. I thought they were similar, but I didn't actually really. Yeah, I actually thought that they were not connected, even though I knew they were made by the same people. But then it is actually, it's very connected. It actually asks you about your decision at the end of Call of the Sea, so that way it like connects with this game, which is kind of cool. I will say one thing. I will say, because I got stuck on some puzzles in Call of the Sea, and I have gotten stuck on one puzzle here where it was like, okay, it just feels like there's a lot of information and I don't really know what I need to do here. Luckily, they have built-in request hint. And if you go through it enough times, it just tells you the answer to the puzzle. Which was, I was like, I could spend time sitting here and I could try to like figure it out, but I know it'll literally take me all stream to figure this out, and so I just skipped the puzzle. I was like, just tell me the answer. Just tell me what I'm supposed to do. There have been some fun puzzles. Like there have been some that I would say were challenging, but with enough trial and error and stuff, like I was able to figure it out. But there was one puzzle we did earlier this stream that I was like, I think if I sat here and did it, it would take me forever to like figure this out. I'm sure I could. I even realized I was like, I had thought I was correct about like one aspect of this puzzle that I was very wrong about, and so that was part of the reason why I was struggling with it. But I honestly don't know how you're supposed to figure out the correct like option. It's like without spoilers, there's like this puzzle requires you to figure out a chart that has like on the chart it will have like it's like a list, and then there's a bunch of options to the right of each like list thing that helps you inform everything else. I had a lot of the correct pieces, but because I was looking at the wrong option on the chart, I had things completely in different orders, and a couple of details are wrong then because of that. So I would have never, like, it would have taken me forever to figure it out. But anyway, so I like that the request hint thing is in there, just in case I'm like, look, I give up. I am. But I would say if you liked Call of the Sea, then yes. I think then you would enjoy this. I have enjoyed, I won't say the specifics, but I have enjoyed the connections to Call of the Sea. And it's neat that they're like filling out sort of the world building that was like already established in Call of the Sea. So, yeah. I think you would like this game. If you liked Call of the Sea, then yes. I think it's I would say the same quality. I like the voice acting a lot. The characters are good. I've enjoyed most of the puzzles. So far, there has not been... the puzzle that I got stuck in, I think part of the reason why I got stuck is that there's just a lot of information, and it's just a lot of information to parse through. And I'm sure if I like had taken time, pulled up Excel or a spreadsheet, Google Sheets, and like started typing out information, I'm sure you could like come up with the correct thing. I just didn't want to do that. I just didn't. I'm just not in the mood for that. Okay, I bagged on the voice acting quite a bit and some of the puzzle designs, but ultimately I think it was a nice game. Okay, I would say I've really enjoyed... I'm pretty sure the main character in this game is... Well, there's like two main characters, but the man, I'm pretty sure is Yuri Lowenthal, who... Spider-Man in the Spider-Man PlayStation games. He what else is he in? He's in a lot of stuff. He's also Travis in American Arcadia, which is made by the same people. It's a lot of info, but also not enough, or at least not enough useful info. I feel like, I'm sure there was a lot. I still don't understand how you're supposed to figure out which chart option you're supposed to go for. But I'm sure if I, like, as we were running around gathering info, I was like, I could pull up like a spreadsheet thing and start plotting what we know about each thing. But I was like, I don't feel like it. I really don't feel like it. But anyway, overall, I've really enjoyed this. So I think you would like it. I feel like there was another game You might like also Lost Wiki Kozlovka. We played that. I'm gonna type that out. Lost Wiki Kozlovka. You might like that game. It's sort of like it's pretty short. It would probably be one stream for you. It only took me one stream. It's like the Golden Idol games. Cheers. I was like, yeah, no worries. I was like, yeah, let me spell this out. Sort of like Golden Idol, where you have to go through and like select words and you're trying to fill out like a page. But you're exploring you're on a computer and you have access to something that's basically like Wikipedia and you're trying to solve a mystery. And so you have to go to different pages, you have to click on things, and then you have to like, you don't collect the words, but you can take words from each wiki and like drag and drop them into this file. But that one was pretty interesting. I think you might like that one. Is there any other one? There's a point and click game that's coming out next week that looks very good. There's a demo out for it too, and it's called Phonopolis, spelled. This one I don't know if it's yours. Am I spelling that right? Yeah. I don't know if this is your type of game, but you should check it out. It looks very cool. I used a couple of hints, but then just brute forced it and just kept trying stuff until I got it. Yeah, fair. I liked, at least, I'm okay with the fact that in that puzzle that I skipped, I had some of the sets of information were generally correct. Like I had a few that were like, all right, I at least pulled some of the correct information, or I was on the right track. But then I just couldn't. There was just no way. I was missing some key information to get the rest of it correct. So I'm okay with skipping it. Who am I trying to prove? Who am I trying to prove myself to? Nobody. So, you know, I'm like, it's okay. We can just. It's okay to move on. It's okay to just go forward. But I would say I think you'd like this. It's been good. I've enjoyed it quite a bit, but I don't want you to be spoiled. But there may be Nazis involved. I didn't get it either by just knowing, so I'm definitely not judging. Oh yeah, no, I didn't think you were. I typically like to. I will sit with a puzzle and keep doing it forever. And I don't mind that. I think it's more, sometimes I think about from a viewer standpoint, at some point, it's probably not enjoyable for you all to watch me just like be staring at a puzzle like there was a, not Phoenix Wright, there was a Ace Attorney. Oh, Phonopolis. Yeah. I have not played any of their other games, but I played the demo for Phonopolis, and I was like, this was very fun. I really liked it. And so I kind of want to play the other ones. Or not the other ones. I really want to play Phonopolis, at least, when it comes out. But then maybe you'll like Phonopolis. That comes out next week. I'm very excited about it. The art style looks so good. And the demo was fun. Avoid Samaros 2. I've heard of Samaros. Is it not good? Is 2 not good? We played some of the Professor Layton games, and there was a puzzle that I literally spent 1.5 to 2 hours just on one puzzle, because I was determined to figure it out for myself, and I eventually did, but it took about 2 hours. I think there was some novelty in watching that unfold because everyone else had figured it out, and so I think they were just kind of like, wow, how long will it take Jet to figure this out? And so there was some novelty there, but I think in other games like this one, or if we're playing just another puzzle game that maybe does not have as much of a fandom as like Professor Layton or something, there's probably less of a novelty of watching me sit and struggle at a puzzle and flounder for a bit. So that's why I was like, I'm just gonna use the hints. I'll try to figure it out. And that's why we went back to the rooms, because I was like, I at least want to give myself another try at trying to figure out all the information. Let's go for it again. Is anything clicking? No. Let's just use the hints. Let's just move on. It's not gonna be fun for you all to watch me just be like wrong for 2 hours. Oh, it's so broken. Oh yeah. Oh, then that's definitely not fun. Samarost, I think I can picture it. Yeah, that's right. Did you play 3? Because there's 3 of them, right? I'll watch you regardless. Will you? You might, but you probably won't be having fun. 3 is great. 1 is very, very short. Interesting. I'll have to maybe check those out. Again, I don't know how long Phenopolis will be. It kind of strikes me that it'll be short because of the amount of work that has gone into like the animation process of Machinarium. I've definitely heard of. I've not seen anyone play it, but Phenopolis is what has sold me. Because in the trail... no, it was in the demo? When you beat the demo or something, there's a video that unlocks that's sort of like watching them make the game. Or it's some kind of trailer or something. Like a kind of behind-the-scenes sort of thing. And I was so impressed by how they make the game, and they were showing how they've made the textures. They had all of the textures are all handmade, using physical paint and rollers and others. And I was like, okay, they mean business, and I'm here for it. I like the aesthetics of Phenopolis as well. We're always having fun when you're streaming. I think that's a kind sentiment. I don't think that's always true. You already know I got the vinyl. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, Phenopolis looks fantastic. So I'm excited about that. We're also playing... What did I say? Oh, Schrodinger's Cat Burglar comes out next week. We are playing that. That comes out the day after Phenopolis. But you're right, I can't speak for others. It is true for me, though. I don't know. But anyway. Trying to think. Yeah, I'm looking at... I have a list of games that are well, I don't have the full list of games that are coming out soon, but most of them are ones that I've been thinking about playing. But I did know when this came out, I was like, I do want to play this, even though I struggled with Call of the Sea at a couple of puzzles. That one puzzle that's in Call of the Sea where it's you have to play certain keys, and there's You have to walk around to like figure out which keys you're supposed to. I hated that puzzle so very much. It took me for that was a puzzle where I sat and tried to figure it out for so long. We eventually figured it out, but like I at some point was like, I am tired. I'm tired, boss. So anyway, but we'll continue. Let's continue this. 'Cause I want to get to the end of this chapter before we stop for today. But anyway, I do think you would like this, Alex.
That guy with the white hair must be the senior one. What a creepy looking face he has. A monocle. He must be upper class. This guy looks like a bureaucrat.
They have ichor on them. Oh, is that from the Green Mile? I actually don't. I've actually didn't know that. People just say it now a lot. No, I'm not scared of the truth. I just know the truth.
Like a workers' registry from 1943.
A lot of people on Reddit say I'm tired, boss, now, but that would make sense. I mean, Green Mile's a very classic movie.
This Voight fella doesn't sound too happy. Someone must have gotten some dates wrong.
Attention everyone, the 10-day rule in the lab code instructions includes the day the message is sent. To avoid further confusion, I have marked the correct dates on the calendar for when the codes change. I expect every general to update the code on the respective dates accordingly. Are we missing a piece of information there on the right? Maybe it's the coded message. That's probably, yeah. Okay. To the code breaker thing. I think we have all the pieces. Ah, okay. Nope. Not what I want to do. All right, good. Okay, so there is already a set there. So we need to... Let's start with this one. So... UZW. All right, 231 is the order. And 2313-2. The textures haven't loaded in. 2313-2. GEFM. Okay. If I ever had to use one of these, will I be able to know how to use them now?
The Nazis probably abandoned the base. That's why this message was never received.
Okay. Do not expect any more communications. Right. Okay. This one we're missing the first letters. We'll have to figure out how to do that. Okay. BDA. Oh. Wait a minute. How do we know? Oh, okay. Hold on. Perfect. Okay, there's only one BDA. So 3, 2, 1 is the order of this thing. $19.25.6. Nope, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I meant to do this. PWCR. See? Now button. Button.
Code. I wonder.
Could that be the code to access the reinforced door, Professor?
Reinforced door? Hmm? Does this need a code?
A reinforced door.
Oh!
You still think this is just a radio station?
Alright, I've got to admit, this is weird as hell.
Ah. Labs door code instructions. Codes change every 10 days. Starting from today, code equals general's assigned number and day. If current general is absent, previous general is in charge. Okay, so that's what this stuff is. It looks like. Yesterday we received the lab's door code instructions, but we're still missing the general's assigned numbers. They'll come tomorrow. So this... What's going on with this one? So the first 3 letters are obscured. Claire obscured. It's not going to be really a way for me to... Can you tell me what my truth is? Explain that. I think you can deduce. You can deduce some things. I'm a deducer. Where did we find this? Oh, I guess we have it because it's here, but how am I supposed to? It looks like a W. You did? You really? Surely there's like another way, right? If I do this, is there like... Surely there is another way to like figure that out. UZW. It has to do with the date it was received. So it might be 10, 20, or 30, it looks like. I cannot make any of the letters out. The Steam Deck and couldn't find any other hints. Wait. 9 or 19 on February. 9/19. Where's that? 1, 10, 20, 30. Or 9. 19. Do we have a today's date? Well, I guess, hold on. That is, hold on. 19. Wait, how did, hold on. UZW, where was that? The 25th. Oh, okay, so that is unhelpful. Is there a way? Okay, so the door code changes every 10 days. The first few letters is the day the message came through. So that's not every 10 days. It just happens to be when that came through. Let me just look around for a second. Is there anything? Standing there.
All of these rusty gadgets are useless.
Menacingly. Oh, I liked it. I thought it was very funny. That was a very funny little guy. Otto's dead. My good friend consumed. That's a date that we don't have. January 26th. Os. Really the only thing with a date that we've picked up. Let's look around again. Found out something bad about it afterwards. What did you find out bad about it? How can something be bad about it? Look at these again. Okay, well. It's like a scam website. They stole the idea from someone and are selling it on a website that will disappear in a few days, mailing a counterfeit item and using Oh, no way. Oh, that's wild. We hate that. There have been so many, like, it's so interesting to see AI videos that get spread that, like, people like don't look into it all. It's very interesting. There was this one that was being spread around Reddit that is of it's like supposed to, it's like a it's the camera view of a CCTV, but you see a guy walking, I think, and then you see a guy walking, carrying some stuff, and then there's one guy who, like, rides a motorcycle by, and then there's, like, another motorcycle behind this guy that have two people on it, and one of them gets off of the motorcycle, and they, like, start, like, hitting the guy who's just walking, and they, like, try to take his bags or something. And then the first guy who was on the motorcycle comes back and grabs a stick and starts, like, beating up the guys that were, like, harassing the guy or stealing stuff from the walking guy. I've seen that. It's AI. If you look very closely, there are, like, some things that don't make sense. For example, like, one of the thief that, like, attacks the walking guy, his shoes, despite him being somewhat in shadow, his shoes are not affected by shadow at all. They're bright white. They, like, even as he is, like, turned away from the sun or whatever, there's zero shadows on his shoes. They are, like, luminescent, bright, pure white. And then the hero guy who comes through, if you go frame by frame, you can see that, like, when he's first riding through, he has, like, a green skull or something on the top of his helmet. There's like a faint skull decal on it. And you can watch, like, on the frames that he's on, if you just, like, go kind of frame by frame, you can see that it does not know what to do with that decal as, like, time goes by. And so it just starts morphing into different things, into sometimes the skull is there, sometimes the skull is just completely gone, sometimes the skull has turned into, like, random detailings of the helmet. And yeah, anyway, so, like, that gets passed around and everyone's like, oh, I wish there was more, like, and it's just people who didn't pick up on the fact that it's AI. And honestly, it's hard to miss until someone's like, there's something. I mean, there are people who are like, this seems weird. Like, is this staged? There were a lot of people who thought maybe it was perhaps staged. But it turns out, I mean, technically, yes, I guess, if you want to say it like that. It's an AI video. I tried to buy the limited Gengar Halloween diorama sculpture, saw it on Facebook, led to a site that looked somewhat real, saved the site, bought it, it arrived, and it was just not Pokemon. Went back to the site, gone? No! So it's like, it's not a Gengar at all? Or Because that's wild. Yeah, there are a lot of people. I have seen now, it was like secondhand looking Gengar. Oh no. That I have seen, like, there are a lot of people using AI to like make product videos and stuff, and it's just, yeah, it's disappointing. Okay, so I'm honestly not sure. I guess we might as well just... Is there really no other way? Let's see. Hold on. We did figure that out. The first... The first 3 letters of the code are blurred. The only other missing information needed to obtain the lab door's code is the general's assigned number. A message states that they received the lab door code instructions yesterday and will receive the general's assigned numbers tomorrow. Since the lab door code instructions were sent on the 1st, that means the general's numbers were sent on the 3rd. Check January 3rd in the cipher table to find the 3 redacted letters of the message. Oh, right. Okay, so they're saying because that message says they got the instructions yesterday, we're gonna... So that message was on the 2nd, so that's why it's the 3rd. I see. Okay. So we needed to do the 3rd. 132. $15, $25, $25. ZIHP. I missed that, but to be fair, my way worked and I didn't even have to go that far. Yeah, that's good that I figured that it was probably one of the first ones since you said that, but yeah, this is pretty neat.
German names with numbers assigned.
Okay, 37, 54, 83, 95. So the code changes every 10 days starting from today. Code equals general's assigned number and day. If current general is absent, previous general is in charge. The last communication was that. What is, so we're there. Hold on. We know today is, well, does it auto update? Or is it like the last communication auto dies January 26th? Okay, so, okay, no. Okay, so we're going based on the last time they probably updated it. Now, little confused as to... There's a lot of dials here. Hello. UZW 25. So the 25th, so is it Voight? Code changes every 10 days starting from today. Code equals general's assigned number and day. So 5425. Though, hold on. Otto Adler. Okay. So that's important for us. And we know he died. So it says what? If he's absent, previous general is in charge. Okay, so maybe it's Hohenberg 25. 95-25. Let's see if that... Hello?
No, the door won't...
There's not like a button, no? But the last communication was February 25th. Right? So... Oh, no. It would have been the 19th. Because the door code changes every 10 days. So, and the last communication was the 25th, so... It should be 95-19? Perhaps? Oh.
At last, we did it, Evangeline.
Bye.
So the station was just a cover-up. But I wonder what for.
Whatever it is, we're going to find out. And soon.
Hello.
Harry tried to keep his composure when he saw the oily shadow. He didn't want to alarm Evie.
So why does he see it, exactly?
Let us out.
They locked their own people in here. How could they?
They're Nazis, Evangeline. They're not exactly the good guys.
I was exactly going to say that. I was like, well, they're Nazis, so... Oh! That's interesting. Oh, that's what they meant by only a shadow of him was left. I thought, like, maybe that he was being metaphorical.
Do you think we'll find that great engineer of yours down here?
I hope so. This trip will have been a total waste of money.
But Evie suspected there was much more at stake than the cost of their trip.
But they meant, like, he was like... Well, I'm unsure what exactly, like... Because it was the black stuff, right? Yeah, there. He actually meant very literally. He was like, you know, not vaporized. Oh.
Harry held his breath. The black shadows were back again. But then...
What the hell is that thing?
You can see that too?
That sort of cloud of black smoke? Of
We're on
course.
Lost.
It looks alive.
It's a smoke monster. Clearly.
A liquid that reacts to sound. Like in the Rappahannock River caves.
Time Navigation Project Kronos. After the last experiment, following the change of state, the black liquid evaporated, forming some kind of gaseous polyp. This confirms that the black substance is unstable. Its state changes depending on different sound frequencies. For now, we've managed to contain it inside the chamber. But we need it. We need to test it further. Okay, they're calling that a polyp. I thought like he got sick and had polyps or something like that.
You think that might be your great engineer?
Yes, sounds like it.
According to our monitoring, the creature remains alive despite having been trapped in the ice for millennia. And according to Dr. Schultz, it responds to stimuli but resists communication. It only repeats that name over and over again. It sounds human. Dr. West? I need to bring in a linguistics expert to verify it. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. We are in an underground bunker also. This is very and there's a secret society.
The symbol of the Ahnenerbe.
The Dharma Initiative.
What's that?
It was the SS division that studied paranormal phenomena. Nazi occultists.
I couldn't tell you the numbers off the top of my head. I think 32 is one of them. Maybe it's not 23, because I think there's a number in the 30s, if I recall. No. Maybe I'm wrong. Wait. No, I think that's right. I think is there a 32 or a 33 or something? Because I think no, maybe you're right. Maybe it is 23. I don't know. Lost numbers. I'm looking it up. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. You're right. 4, 8, 15, 16, 20. You're right. I don't know why I thought it was like 32. But you're right. Was there something else here? No. Okay. So polyp smoke monster.
Offices, control room, Kronos lab. That must be it. We have to go through to the other side. But how will we open these doors?
You said control room, right? I bet we can operate the doors from there.
That makes sense. Okay. To get there, we'll need to go downstairs and through the offices.
But Professor, the way downstairs is flooded.
Bum bum bum. Well.
Well, it seems there's no other choice. Which of us...
I'll go this time, and I'm not going to allow any argument about it.
Because despite how I look, I'm not 80 yet, Harry thought to himself.
Do you want to go down then?
Wait.
Hold on. Let's
Whenever you say so.
double check. There's nothing else. Hey, you nailed it. They're talking about the numbers. Oh, I didn't even notice all there's like shadows here as well. Oh, and we have to run ads. It's kind of perfect timing. And I didn't miss anything here. Felt like there wasn't a lot of boxes, but nothing to really like look at. Oh.
Look at those barricades. What on God's green earth happened here?
I don't know, but we'd better be careful.
We know. We know now. Polyp smoke monster. If a polar bear shows up, I think we all know that they took this from Lost. They were heavily inspired by Lost. Alright. Before we go down in the suit, we're going to run ads. Then we'll come back. And again, we'll stop after we finish this chapter. But if you need a stand-up stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, etc., now's the perfect time to go do so. BRB.
Take this pause to rejuvenate, stand, stretch, hydrate. We will be back in just a few moments.
And welcome back. Scooch. Scooch. All right. We continue. Into the abyss.
Well, it seems
I'll go.
because you want.
Go ahead. Lower me down.
All right. Be very careful down there, Professor.
Should be fine. Yeah, I don't see how anything. Something's forbidden.
Everything all right down there, Professor?
So far, so good. But it's very dark in here. And I think I know why this place is flooded. They must have tried to break into that flying saucer and then release the black ooze.
Do you see any black ooze around?
All around, yes. I'm pretty sure it was the ship's fuel. I've still got 10 minutes of air in this suit.
What if I stood there for 10 minutes? Would we die?
Evangeline, do you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
I've reached the control room. This is where they monitored that black smoke thing and ran experiments on it. I really hope they never succeeded.
From General Otto to Captain Felix. Imperative. Find out everything about the creature in the ice. Stop it if it continues not to communicate. Use methods you deem necessary. Stop the Fuhrer. Stop. Oh, right. Imperative. Find out everything about the creature in the ice. Stop. If it continues not to communicate, use methods you deem necessary. Stop. The Fuhrer awaits results. I was like, right, I got there. That was the way they did sentence period.
He must be talking about that flying saucer we saw out there.
We requested help from Berlin, and all Adler sends is a diving suit. How are we supposed to recover all the lost equipment with just one dang diving suit? It's ridiculous. We'd better focus on studying the liquid that came out of the ship. I'll assign Dr. Schultz to it.
Idiots. Only a fool would conduct experiments with black ooze.
Definitely.
I didn't say that. No, I'm pretty sure it did. Pretty sure it did. Dr. Schultz came into contact with the black liquid. It appears to have affected his mind. He is showing signs of delirium. He represents a risk to the project. He must be transferred to Berlin. Is that code for executed?
So that thing is not only alive, but it's also aggressive.
Whatever that liquid was, it has become extremely aggressive since the incident. Otto discovered this firsthand. Only his shadow remained disintegrated. It seeks any opening through which to escape. For the time being, we have managed to confine it to the central chamber, but for how long remains unknown. Okay. Alright, so... Right. Right. There she is. She's an A. B is... Oh, that's B. I see. C and D. Okay.
Evangeline, there's a panel here. Maybe it'll open those doors.
If I open A, does she die? What is this? Wait, does that have a letter? No, okay. Oh, wait, what's this? Well, that says 438. I can't see... Oh, hold on.
Your turn, Evangeline.
Something 27. Okay. There are times when I'm doing other things and I hear you pause while you're reading something, and I know for a fact there was a cuss every time. That doesn't sound like me.
Your turn, Professor.
Oh, 527. Look at that. We're pros. 527. That is room B.
All right, that's on.
Oops.
Professor, look. That thing. It's moving into the next chamber.
It seems to move like a trapped insect.
So... it's now in C. So if I do... 4, 3, 8...
A light just came on. It's up to you now, Evangeline.
It is I. Neon Genesis Evangeline. Anything for me to look at? Okay. We have 816. Let's see. Can I?
You're in charge now.
Okay, in D, I see 3 something. Hold on. If I do...
Another one.
Another one. Oops. I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Hold on.
Your turn, Professor.
Your turn, Evangeline.
Because now this can be opened.
Up to you now, Professor.
It's up to you now, Evangeline.
Okay, so that's 309. Let's go ahead and enter that into the thingamajig.
You're in charge now.
Good.
Okay. So...
Please, by all means.
There's that room. Alright, so... we can now do...
Your turn, Professor.
If we do this...
Your turn, Evangeline.
put Evangeline in this room.
You're in charge now.
Okay, it's now in room D. Right? Yeah. Hello.
I opened this door for you, Professor. You can leave the control panel. I think we're safe.
I like seeing us in our winter attire. Okay. Anything? Nothing.
What on earth was that thing?
I don't know. But whatever it was, I don't want it close to us. Let's get out of here, quick.
Hey.
What is this place? It looks like the heart of Project Kronos.
Could be. Do you think we gave that horrid thing the slip?
I really hope so.
OTR, welcome in.
After seeing what that black smoke can do to humans, I wouldn't want... What the hell? How did that thing get out?
No time for questions now. Run, Professor! Run! Quick, the bunker door.
Help me close it, Evangeline!
Chapter 5, or Chapter 5, Prisoner's of Ice.
Close.
Rise. I hope this chamber is shut tight.
If not, we better find another exit. Otherwise, we're trapped in here.
So that'll be where we pick it up tomorrow. How is the mystery game? It's good. I'm enjoying it. Have you ever played Call of the Sea by any chance? If so, you might like this. It's good. It's like a puzzle mystery adventure. Negative. This is a sequel. It is. Yeah. So Call of the Sea came out some years ago, and then this is like a sequel to it. I would it's definitely like, if you haven't played Call of the Sea, it sort of fills you in, but I feel like if I were a new player, I say that as if like this is like an online service game or something. If I had not played Call of the Sea before, I'd be a little confused, I think. Or at the very least, it wouldn't mean as much. Because it's I did not realize when I first saw a trailer for this that it is so connected to Call of the Sea, but it is. It's like a direct sequel. But it's good. I had trouble with one puzzle earlier today, and just ended up using the in-game hints to complete it because I was like, if I could sit here for 2 hours and try to figure this out, but I don't think that'd be particularly fun for anybody right now. So, figured I was like, let's just use the hints. That's why I decided to watch you play it, because of how directly connected it is. Oh, really? Have you did you play Call of the Sea? I know you had said you were thinking about playing this. No. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it is directly connected to it. And even more so than I even realized until today. I feel like this is our third time playing it? Third time playing it. The first stream we didn't make any progress. Yeah, I feel like we uncovered, it's actually like very directly connected. Call of the Sea is very good. There are I will say some of the puzzles in Call of the Sea are harder, I think. And maybe like I feel like there were more that I was just like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like I'm trying so hard to figure this out. I just don't know what you want me to do right now. This one hasn't been too bad. The puzzle, we did a puzzle earlier that there was just so much information that it was so much information, and I got one part of it wrong that then I would not have been able to figure it out. But so we had to use the hints earlier, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm not trying to prove myself to anybody. But I'm enjoying it. Voice acting's very good. Yuri Lowenthal is Harry. I think I looked up who plays Evangeline, but I did not recognize her from anything. Oh, by the way, Madrigal, yesterday in YV's stream, when he was playing the DLC to Bioshock, Liam O'Brien does a voice in it. It's a side character, it's one of the shopkeepers. But he started talking, and I was like, that's Liam O'Brien. Darren DePaul, who is he? Is he like one of the Nazi people? I feel like there's not many other options. My Queen, Darren DePaul. Let's go back to the. It's who? It's maybe a clothing salesman. He's Bowen. Okay, that makes sense. If you just hop through the after we get to the DLC, there's a part where Booker is walking around with Elizabeth and they're going to different shops. It's not the music shop. It's not the jewelry shop. I think it's a clothing store. But I say in chat, that's Liam O'Brien. So if you find that chat message, you'll be able to hear it. It's like very distinctly him. You can tell just from a couple. I heard just a couple of lines. And I was like, that's Liam O'Brien. He can't sound not like himself. It seems like just there's a certain je ne sais quoi. Mara Juno. I'm playing a game with him in it right now. Oh, really? Liam O'Brien? Wait, and who else is Mara? Who else is Mara? Why is she your queen? Plays War. Oh, yes. I did know that, actually. I think I forgot you were playing Darksiders. How is Darksiders? Oh, she voices my queen Storm. Right. She was in Arcane? Who was she in Arcane? Maybe it's just like voices. Let's see. No, she was Shula, Jules, and Female Enforcer. I don't remember any of those people. Yeah, she does Storm, Marvel Rivals, Genshin Impact. Who else? What else does she do? Kitty Pryde and Storm, they're my favorites. Kitty Pryde. She's in Outer Worlds 2. Oh, Arctic Awakening. I thought about playing that. Apparently, well, she does some various voices in Like a Dragon, Avowed. Let's see. Oh, she's in Legend of Vox Machina, actually. Jaman Saord. I have not watched the animated series. Yeah, she's in the Like a Dragon series quite a bit for various voices. The Principal in Spider-Man 2. Starfield. Forked Knife. Oh, she's the headmaster in Escape Academy. So yeah, we've definitely heard her voice in a lot of stuff then. She does voice in Persona 5 Strikers. I never finished Strikers. Is the new season it's so good you definitely should. I don't know if I could. I've sort of like, I feel like I've taken a step. Oh, she also voices Evelyn in League of Legends? What? That's wild. I didn't realize that at all. That's wild to me. Evelyn sounds very different than Evangeline. I think. Now I'll have to listen to Evelyn's voice lines and be like, Evangeline, is it you? I watched the Mighty Nine season. I have not watched any of the animated Critical Role stuff. I watched Critical Role seasons or campaigns 1 and 2 fully. I stopped episode 70 or something in campaign 3. I couldn't take it anymore. I did not like campaign 3. And I have not watched any of campaign 4. Fake fan. I got so tired of campaign 3. So I took a step back. I haven't like watched anything after campaign 3. Campaign 4 hasn't grabbed me. Too many people. That I think would be hard for me to also really feel invested. I think also, I mean, I know that obviously they are going to eventually move away from having the main cast. They want to add more people so that way they can like rotate people out and stuff. But I think for me, the main cast was the sweet spot. That's what drew me in, and like I didn't mind guests, but and like I've liked even like people who were there for a longer period of time. Not just like Robbie in at the start of campaign 3. I thought he was great. Robbie Damon, right? I thought he was great. But like I feel like I would never want it to be like, well, Robbie is replacing someone from the main cast. Like that I would never want that, I guess, you know. The animated series is what got me into CR and D&D. I enjoyed it so much I started watching the campaign. Ah, that's cool. I think I've mentioned this. The first thing I watched was a Liam O'Brien one-shot from Critical Role, which I loved. And I feel like you'd appreciate this, OTR. I would watch campaign 1 of Critical Role while mini painting. That's how I got started into like D&D and stuff. So I thought Travis was going to step back in season 3 because of CEO reasons. I thought so as well. I think I remember hearing that quite a bit. I know they all have families, gross, and careers, come on. Critical Role is your career now. That's all you got to worry about. Come on. But I feel like as also like the company grew and grew and grew, I think part of me was just like, but I like it. I liked the smaller, you know, I just want the originals to continue. That's why they moved to pre-record eps so they could work around schedules. Yeah. I will say also, I mean, I don't know if this is a hot take. I think any criticism is considered a hot take within the Critical Role fandom, to be fair. But that's more of an indictment on the fandom. I think as someone who watched the live recordings and also like not just I feel like they are like the Swifties. The critters are like Swifties in that typically they do not accept any form of criticism. I think a little bit of the magic was lost when they switched to pre-recorded. And I realized some of that was COVID and stuff. But my hot take is I hate the live ones in front of fans. Why is that? I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm curious what your reasons are. I know, don't bring up Swifties again. Imagine if there are any Swiftie critters watching. They'd be so mad at me. Too much cheering, like I'm here for the story. I sort of feel like the live episodes to me feel like the in front of an audience feels a bit too like more scripted. I actually do kind of agree. It does feel a little bit more like it's more like on rails, I think, because they want it to be like a good episode. But I feel like and I don't blame them for this, because I'm sure this would be the tendency for anybody, is like to kind of ham it up even more because they're in front of everyone and you get that live reaction. More pandering. Yes, I think that's exactly. I think there's more of the I'm going to do something like, you know, whatever to get to elicit a response from the audience. And I don't like hate it, but it's like it's definitely something that sometimes I'm like, okay, let's move on a little bit. If so, you ruined their day. Yeah. If there are any critters and like critter Swiftie combos in chat, they've probably unfollowed me already. Can't even imagine. I think I get a little, where I stand. I've been I started as a fan of Critical Role from like, you know, campaign 1. So for a while, it's been a while. And I think I've just come across like the a little bit. The fandom is a bit like toxically positive. And if there's one thing you guys know about me is that I'm not positive. And I kind of hated seeing, like, on the subreddit, for example, it's actually kind of loosened a bit since Campaign 3, and I think it's because I think even the fan base kind of hit a point with Campaign 3. No constructed commentary on the show. Yes. If you have anything critical to say on the main subreddit, they'll just delete your comments. Or they will get very upset at you. People will, like... It's kind of the shouting of, like, fake fan. Like, it's very, like, Critical Role has the potential to be a very, what's the word for parasocial, fan base. And I think it started off that way because, like, the show definitely started and felt like, oh, it's just these groups of friends playing, and by me watching, I'm sort of now like a part of it. I'm helping them out. Like, I'm helping this ragtag group of whatever. And so I feel like a lot of fans who've been around for a long time feel like they're protecting their friends sort of by shushing any, like, criticism. I do this with things that I like, where, like, you can be critical of something and still really like it and still be a fan of it and whatever. So I have felt no issue with that, I guess. But there's definitely that. There is a second subreddit called Fans of Critical Role, which they maybe seemingly lean more critical than positive, but I think that's just because it's where all of the people who have, like, been turned off from all of the, like, toxic positivity go and are like, oh, I can actually voice this stuff. So they just, like, spew it out. They're like, I hate this. I hate what's going on. And so it kind of, like, it swings a little bit too far, maybe at times. But there's still, I feel like there are people there that keep it balanced, where they're like, okay, I think you're being a little unfair here or whatever. But anyway, I'm in both subreddits. I like Fans of Critical Role a bit more because I feel they can be, because also, like, in the main Critical Role subreddit, there are, like, certain things you can't bring up, or they will just immediately delete your posts and stuff. And that's not the way that the fans have worked. Factions have formed, Fans of Critical Role and Critical Role fans. True. And here's the fun thing, or I mean, like, you'll get people who come from the main subreddit and are like, I'm confused. This is called Fans of Critical Role, but all I see here is, like, criticism. So, like, are you guys, like, what is this? Like, there are people who get very mad who have incidentally found Fans of Critical Role and are just like, why do you guys hate Critical Role? Like, they start trying to defend them, and it's like, typically the first comment to that will be like, 0 days since this post has been made, because it does come up quite a bit. But anyway, like, for example, there was a one-shot that Critical Role did. I don't know if you guys know this. That it was honestly hilarious. I watched it live, and I thought it was so funny. It is the Wendy's one-shot. Yes. OTR knows. He knows the lore. Critical Role did a Wendy's one-shot, and it was so funny. Liam O'Brien, what's her name? Fake fan. Marisha, there you go. I was like, Mandy? It's been a while since I've watched. Marisha, and then they had 2 guests, I think, with them. And I forget who they were. But Marisha and Liam laughed so hard almost the entire time. And it was great. I thought it was so funny. But people got upset at Critical Role for doing a Wendy's one-shot because something, Wendy's, something, tomato farmers, something, you are encouraging the Wendy's taking advantage of tomato farmers. You are therefore blah blah blah, underpaying workers and suppliers, wage that So Critical Role ended up, because of the backlash, took down the one shot, and it is no longer found on any of their platforms. I downloaded it. And I know you can find it online. I know there are people who have uploaded it to various platforms, but I downloaded it, so it's no longer lost media if it ever happens. But there's always somebody ruining things. Also, well, I'll have to check the dark web. Yeah, it's definitely, you can find it. If you search for Critical Role Wendy's one shot, you'll be able to find somewhere that it's been uploaded. I thought it was so funny. They're doing, like, Wendy's created a simple TTRPG rule setup and stuff. And like somebody is like a Baconator Knight and stuff. Like, it's just very over the top and funny and just dumb. But like, also, I will say probably the same fans, a lot of the same fans, I won't say everybody, but a lot of the same fans who maybe got upset about Critical Role for their Wendy's promotion seemingly are supporting Critical Role's show on Amazon, which Amazon, I would probably argue, is maybe worse, but then you could say there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. But anyway, we don't need to get into that. But the long story short is, like, the reason why I brought it up is because if you bring up the Wendy's one shot yes, comrade, if you bring up the Wendy's one shot in the main Critical Role subreddit, they'll delete your post. They will not allow talk of it. And maybe now, maybe you could, but at the time and for like through campaign 2, if you brought up any kind of question as to like, hey, I've heard about this Wendy's one shot, what happened to the Wendy's one shot, or like people being like, who did not know about all the drama, if they asked what happened to it, it was just immediately deleted. They just would not allow you to talk about it at all. And it felt like, I don't know, I was just like, why is this so overzealous about? No, Ryan. Yeah, Brian Foster makes sense, I think. Because of just like the topics that come with it, I suppose. Ryan, I feel like it's fine to talk about what happened to him. Like, I feel like, I don't know. There's just like, because I feel like if you were a normal person who was watching Critical Role and people were like, oh, you should watch from the beginning, and you start watching from the beginning and you're like, wait, who's this guy? And then all of a sudden he's gone. I feel like, or like, I mean, if you're somebody who watched the animated series and are like, there's a whole character who's just missing from the animated series, pretty much. And you then watch the original live shows, you're going to be, or you know, the live plays, you're going to be like, wait, there's another cast member who was here. There's a character who was in these plot lines. What happened? Like, I'm sure there's going to be people, yeah, but they'll delete your posts. There's no Warren Bossing say. There is no cast member named Orion. Who are you talking about? So I don't know. I feel like it should be fine to talk about these things, but I don't know. To be fair, though, campaign 1 got so much better once Orion was gone. I agree. I did not like him. I remember at the time watching it, I was like, this guy. This guy seems to be derailing things a lot. But I think it's fine to talk about, like, well, what happened? What was the problem there? Why did he leave? There was a war in Ba Sing Se. That's the thing. And so I don't know. I feel like it's fine to talk about those things, but in the Critical Role subreddit, if you were to bring up Orion at all, your comments are deleted, your posts are deleted. Again, maybe now, like, maybe some things have changed over time. And again, I will say, from Campaign 3, I have noticed the Critical Role subreddit has gotten a tinge more. They've allowed a bit more criticism. And I think part of that is, my guess is Campaign 3 was rough. And I think a lot of people were seeing that. And I think a lot of people were like, it got to a point that even, like, you know, the diehard fans were like unsure how to, like, the post that I did see, which I think is funny, is like nobody, the people who were normally used to being just like unbelievably positive about Critical Role, who then had issues, I think, struggled to figure out how to talk about their criticism. Like, they would kind of dance around it or be like, I don't know, does something seem off to anybody else? Like, it just feel like they would talk about it without saying anything very specific. They would talk about it very generally, but just kind of be like, I don't really know. Like, no one wanted to say anything that was very specific, whereas in the fans of Critical Role, people are like, I would say, for those who have not watched Campaign 3, or if you did, one of the main criticisms in Campaign 3 is that they seem to make zero progress throughout most of the campaign. Like, the characters really don't seem to grow that much. There is one prevailing question throughout the campaign, which is, who do we side with? Do we side with the gods? Do we side with these people? And at no point do they ever make a decision up until the very end. It is, I think, the last episode or two where they finally make a decision on that. But the characters themselves have that conversation like every episode. And it was about episode 70-ish where I was like, I cannot do this anymore. I hit a breaking point where I was like, I can't sit through another conversation of them going back and forth. I think part of it also was people like Liam O'Brien, who's my favorite, who in general in previous campaigns have played very decisive characters, made a point to make a character that was not decisive. Laura made a character that she this is something that doesn't make sense to me. The character she made, she said she wanted her to be a wallflower character. Meaning like somebody who's just on the outskirts of things. And again, she's typically someone who drives a story. But Matt made the story almost center her character specifically. A lot of people talk about one of the criticisms being that Laura's character is the main character. And unfortunately, she does not play her like that. So there's this war of Matt making her the main character, Laura playing her like she's not the main character. So she doesn't want to make a decision. So nobody is making any decisions. They're just talking about things for 100 or so episodes or more. I think the campaign 3 ended up being like 120, 130, something like that. And you know, each episode's 4 or 5 hours. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I stopped watching when there was a split the party thing. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't want to be the main character. I'm going to write you as the main character. Yeah, people in hearing that, and again, I think this is a lot of the discussion in the fans of Critical Role, because I don't think this discussion would have been all right in the main subreddit was, did they talk about that? Like in the not Talks Machina, but in the talk show thing that they did after Brian, Lara brings up that she wanted not Laudna. She wanted I forget her character to not be a main character, to be a wallflower, watch from the sidelines kind of thing. Again, unfortunately, it feels like a lot of characters had that mentality. Liam had that mentality with Orym. And so unfortunately but Matt, it centers her in a lot of the things. Her mother is involved in a lot of the story, and it's like she's having visions that have to do anyway. So anyway, there was just a lot of criticisms with campaign 3, but I just couldn't take it anymore. I think my favorite is still, I feel like I'm in the minority here. Campaign 1, I think, is my favorite. Chetney is peak, though. Chetney was great. He's funny. He's very funny. Now I know what you're talking about. She is a very, I think it would be hard to argue that she's not the main character in campaign 3. I'm not done with 2 yet, but so far 1 is my favorite. I love the characters, and maybe that's also, I love the classic fantasy archetypes. I enjoyed 2. I think 2 is still very good, and I think the polish of 2 is great. But I love I love Lord of the Rings, and I love I think campaign 1 is just classic fantasy, and I love that so very much. It makes me very happy. So that's what I love, the rogue, the ranger, it just feels very, I don't know, classic, and I love that. It makes me very happy. But I think the polish of campaign 2 is fantastic, and I think they did a very good job. I think it was great to have Ashley. Eventually, Ashley is a part of the show regularly and isn't just leaving. And I thought she did a great job. I really enjoyed her being back. And I mean, I'll love anything that Liam does pretty much. But yeah, I don't know. 3 dropped off hard for me. I thought it started off pretty good. I was interested in it, and then there was some cool stuff that happens at the beginning of 3, and then it just slows to a crawl, in my opinion. Where just none of the characters are making any decisions, and they're having the same conversation every time. And I think that frustrates me. It felt like if you've been to a work meeting where people are arguing back and forth, but there is actually no progress being made. Everyone is just saying their opinions for the sake of it, but nobody's actually taking any lead. And so no decision is being made. So the same conversation is just happening in a loop. That frustrates me to no end. That is because I've said this. I am not somebody who's I'm not a let me be the leader person. But if I ever find myself in that situation and I have sat there long enough and nothing is happening, that's when the lion in me takes charge. the very baby cub lion comes out and is okay, something needs to happen here. A decision needs to be made, or we stop the meeting and we pick this up later, because the rare jet lion, yes, it very rarely happens, but that is when it happens. It's when I'm I've been listening for so long now, and I'm probably hungry also. That's probably also a thing. I've probably gotten hungry. And I'm if we don't make a decision now, or soon, we're gonna run into some issues. We're gonna have a problem. So, and then I push things forward, and then I hate it because I don't like being the, I don't know. I don't typically like being the like in charge person. So, just no fun. I don't find it very fun. But anyway, yeah. All that being said, I mean, like, I still like Critical Role. I don't think I can. Campaign 4 seems like a lot. For those that don't know, Campaign 4 has different tables. And they'll, like, I think the way it works is they stick with the table for a bit and then they rotate out. And then all the stories are happening, like, they're all within the same, like, I mean, world. I mean, obviously, but, like, they're all dealing with, like, you know, first few episodes are very chaotic. Oh boy. Yeah, I just don't think I can handle it. And there's somebody in the cast of Campaign 4, and I will say she was in 3 a little bit, that she kind of bugs me a bit. I find it hard to watch her. And I don't think I'd be like really excited to watch her play, but I have no interest in Campaign 4 after this chat. I really don't have any interest in 3. I would say it's not worth watching 3. I mean, if you're like desperate for Critical Role content, you could watch it, but I got tired. Who is it? She's also in like Dropout stuff, I think. But Abria? I haven't, and the thing that bugs me about her is in Campaign 3, she plays a guest character, and I don't like, she's not that bad all of the time. I actually didn't mind her character overall. And she has some funny moments with Travis. But she has a tendency to talk over people while they're role-playing. And it bugs me a lot. Like, she loves to, in my opinion, insert herself into a scene that she's not necessarily like she needs to be a part of. So like, example, 2 characters will be talking and having a moment. And I feel like at the normal table, like if it was the original cast, because this happens a lot in, you know, Campaign 1 and 2 or whatever. They know how to like let 2 people just have a moment. And maybe at the end of that, they have a joke or something. Somebody else will make a comment or a joke or whatever. But Abria, I feel like, while in the middle of 2 people having a scene, she will find some way to like insert herself into either the conversation or the scene that I find disruptive. And I don't like it. And it bugs me. And she does it all the time. And I was like, please stop. Please stop. I just can't. Can you let these people have like give them their time to shine, please? I feel like I've played with people that are like that. I don't like it. Because I don't mind when I've played D&D. I'm very much like, I trust the DM to be like, everyone's going to get their moment, you know? And it could be that this is not my moment. So it's okay to just sit there and watch and listen and whatever. Let 2 people, it's fun to watch them play. Like, you know, it's fun to see what they're going to do. But so I don't feel like, but I've played with people who are like that, where they'll interrupt and they'll like insert themselves into the main thing of every scene, and it is very frustrating. I was exhausted. If you don't care about the rule, I've heard Dungeons and Daddies is supposed to be good. Dex Bonus mentions it a lot. I still haven't watched Candela Obscura. I watched the like first like stories of it, and I liked it. It's has a neat vibe. But she needs her moment. She has so many moments. Is she doing it in a metagaming way? Sometimes. There are some times where it feels like she does use information that she shouldn't have, but it's more of like if two characters are having like a private moment scene, she will show up in the middle of it and start interjecting and like I think part of it is also like I see it as I think she's just overly excited to be in the game when she DMs. It's a lot better. I think that is probably true. I think she is very excited, and I think it's very clear. I mean, Critical Role still keeps her around, and so it's clear that like seemingly that does not bother them. I think as a viewer, and I think if I were in that group, I would be bothered. I think that's also I have. This may be a personality quirk of mine. I do find it annoying when people in like a non-D&D context, in a normal conversation, constantly try to make a conversation about them. I find it very annoying. And I think part of me, it's the part of me that does not like that sees this and is like, can you give them a moment? Can you, like, maybe this isn't about you, or, you know, like, or like, if you want to contribute, ask these people questions, like, you can still be a part of the conversation in a way that, like, either lifts the person up or, like, puts them still, like, in the seat, the main seat, the hot seat, or whatever, instead of being like, oh, yeah, now let me tell you I have a story that's like related to this and it's about me, and let me tell you that when it's sometimes I'm like, okay, well, we weren't done with what this person was saying, but you're making this about you, or like, that is a pet peeve of mine. I don't like it when people constantly make it about themselves or whatever. I don't know. Me too. He would try and say all his skills were used to eavesdrop. She does a lot of eavesdropping as well, where she'll be like, I was there. And it's like, were you? Why do you have to be there for every... I don't know. But I think she is probably just very excited. Obviously she enjoys D&D a lot, I think. And again, like I said, it seems like the main cast is not bothered by it because they wouldn't keep inviting her back if they weren't. Or if they were, right? So they see it as fine, which is fair. It's very difficult for me to watch. And and maybe my personality and all of that, but we'll say I'm doing a strength roll to push my way into this conversation, and I'll be like, I didn't ask you to roll for strength. For hers, it's just like she's just there, or is just like I don't know. There are just like little things that it just bugs me. I don't know. But again, maybe it's my personality pet peeve of like letting people have a moment, not having things be about you necessarily. And I feel like obviously it feels funny saying that as like a streamer and being like, this is my channel, though it is. But I try to ask you guys questions. I feel like I ask more questions that don't get answered, more or less. By anybody. So I feel like I have to chime in. But I am conversationally more suited for asking people questions and things. And I think so maybe that makes me like, I've been in that situation where I'll ask someone a question, like a specific question to a specific person, and somebody else will try to make it about them. And so I think maybe some of it's like, you are trying to make this about you, and I don't like that. But I don't know. I also I am somebody who has been like spoken over a lot. And so I think that makes me more sensitive about it. So I think I'm just sort of like, I notice it a lot, and I don't like it when people do it to other people or whatever, but I don't know. There's a good chance chances are if there is a person who makes every conversation about themselves, I am internally dying inside and am like, we're probably not friends. That's probably the truth of the situation. You'd be great with a podcast. I would not mind having some kind of thing. As you guys have heard, I've tried to rope people in, but yes, I have trouble jumping into conversations. I get you. Yeah. I think part of it, why do you think that is for you, OTR? I am a bit of a slower processor. And so I think one issue that I run into is that sometimes the conversation has moved on by the time I have fully formulated what I want to say and like how I want to say it. And then by the time I've gotten there, I'm like, oh, we've moved on. And then whatever. But I think also in a lot of social situations, I don't really have like a very commanding presence or voice. Unless I am like feeling like I have to like butt in. But chances are if people are just talking over each other the entire time, I'll just never speak. I am a lot quieter in person than the neurospice for sure. It's the cues. I don't pick up on the gaps in the convo. Okay. Sometimes I feel like there just aren't gaps. I have been in situations where it's like people are constantly talking over each other, and I know some people's families are like that, and they just learn how to force their way and to get their word in, and that's not me. I wait for a pause to speak. I don't want to interrupt anybody. I think part of the reason why I have that thing where I say and a lot is I think what I try to do is if I want to say something, I'll throw out an because that'll maybe get people's attention that I am about to say something or I want to say something. Where I feel like I can't, it's harder for me to just start with like the word that I want to say, or, you know, starting the story or starting something. I feel like I need to interject with a sound to like stop things. Well, that too, no gaps. And then I jump in at the wrong time. It's very frustrating. Would you consider yourself introverted or extroverted, OTR? When people are talking over each other constantly, I will often just walk away. Yeah. I feel like I'm in more scenarios where I can't walk away, but I just get quiet. I just, you know, that's maybe also another reason why I like chatting or being in situations with like the sweet spot hangout is me and another person or me and two other people. So like when OTR and Wifey and I were hanging out, that was great. It was a great, that's like a great size group to make sure that everyone gets heard. There's not going to be like people, you know, hogging the conversation. You know, it's great. Introverted, streaming is my challenging myself for sure. Oh, that's so good. Do you feel like comfortable on stream and stuff, would you say? Or is it still a bit of a challenge speaking and all of that? I'm extroverted, but I feel like I can be a quiet extrovert when most of the time. Especially if I am like just meeting people for the first time or whatever. I can be a bit quiet. But I prefer listening. I prefer asking people questions, much to people's chagrin. That is a quality that YV does not like about me. I'm just amazed people tune in at all. I don't find it to be like surprising in any way. I think you're very funny, OTR. You have a very funny humor. People, I mean, other people have commented on it too, but I figured I'd mention him since you guys know him. Why do you do what you do? I love it. I mean, honestly, I love asking that. I like getting, I prefer digging into reasons and why people tick, why people behave the way they do, why they think the way they do, what got them there. I find that all very fascinating. Self-deprecating humor is me coping too. I'm a big self-deprecator, and maybe that's why I really like your humor as well. You have a very like drier sense of humor, which I think is very fun. I like a dry sense of humor. It's very fun. It's the delivery that gets me, I think. But it's not just YV that doesn't like it. A lot of people have commented on how often I ask questions and how they feel like they're in an interview. That's never said in like a positive way. It's always said in a you're asking me a lot of questions sort of thing. You want to know everyone's trauma for why they are that way. I mean, if it is the result of trauma, absolutely. I'd love to know if they're willing to open up. I don't ever push that stuff really, but I do like to know. Like, I do like to ask, oh, do you know why? Like, do you know why you do that? Or, like, is there a reason for that? Is that learned? Is that something you decided one day? What is, I want to know. Be curious, not judgmental, I think, is something that I'm trying to be. Yeah, for sure. And I think, I think it's, like, you can try to make assumptions about people. Like, you can try to do something, like, try figuring it out on your own, but you're probably going to be wrong, I bet, or you won't have the full picture. And you might as well ask, and sometimes it's that person has never thought about it, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing to then ask them to see what they, maybe they need to think about it. Maybe that's something that they've never thought about, but that could lead to a good conversation or, I don't know. I think there's, in a way I find by being curious, it keeps you from being judgmental, like, cause you then get to maybe hear the heart of something of like, cause people have depth. There's reasons for things. There's reasons why people do things, whether it's like it doesn't have to be traumatic, but it could just be like a life thing that they learned. It could be a thing that they learned from their family. It could be something that's like, oh, my parents did this, or they taught me how to do this. This is the way they did it. And I don't know. I think it's understanding things is never a bad thing. Agreed. And I think I've learned, like, and maybe it's because maybe this is an advantage of, like, I am the first American in my family, and so growing up sort of in between cultures, where I did not feel like I belonged anywhere necessarily. Like I know by default people do things differently than me. So like I know that if I want to understand why someone does something, I can watch them, but also like I need to I'll ask, why do you do that? I'm just used to it being like, well, people are different than me. I probably do things very the things that I do are probably very weird to them, or like, whatever. So, so I think it maybe even comes from there a little bit, but yeah, I think it's good to ask people questions. And I think I've thought about doing like a video or something, maybe like a Patreon video on asking questions. I think that would be kind of fun. Like how to ask questions. Because I feel like it's a not that it's more complicated, but you can be a bit more like thoughtful in your questions than what one might think. There are often times where I will start asking someone a question and then realize like I'm asking like a closed question, being like, do you like this? If I ask someone, do you like this? Their only options are saying yes or no. Like they don't have to go any further than that if they choose not to. But if you ask an open-ended question, what do you think of this? That then is not a question that can be answered with yes or no. So they have to actually like try to expound a bit more beyond that. You might be able to actually have a conversation through that. So I've thought about maybe like compiling a bunch of notes and then like talking a little bit about asking people questions. You'll see I try to it's fine to ask a closed question. Like they all have their purposes, but there are times where like on stream, if I'm trying to ask you guys a question, I'll ask something open-ended. Brandon, welcome in. But yeah, OTR, I think, understanding things is never a bad thing. And that just starts with, well, does it start? Asking people questions is a good way to kind of get that ball rolling. But East Coasters, it is 1 a.m. for you. And you need to go to sleep. So, I think we're probably going to end there. I think I did see... It's 1 a.m. Yeah, I know. I was like... I thought this was a judgment-free zone. No! No, there's lots of judgment. I just said we sometimes ask questions more. We don't typically rate out, but I figure I saw it looks like Fox Days, who was here the other day, and we were all chatting, and he was chatting quite a bit, and I figure we could go say hello to him. No, I didn't end up buying anything. I figured, I was like, it's okay. We'll just ignore that. But before we go, let me give a couple thank yous, and then we will head out and we'll go raid Fox Days. So Bear, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak and the gifted sub. And Anonymous for 8 gifted subs. Madrigal for 500 bits. Daz for the 30 bits. That's it for us today. But yeah, I figure let's go ahead. We'll say hello to Fox Days. Again, he was here 2 streams ago. Yeah. It was a stream that we took forever and we're just by the fireplace. And say hello, because we had a good conversation with them. That was just a fun time. And then East Coasters, you should go to sleep, because then we'll be back tomorrow. I am gonna eat dinner. But we'll be back tomorrow with more of Call of the Elder God. And we should be able to finish it, because I think there's only 2 more chapters. I'm pretty sure I think there's only 2 more chapters left, so we should be able to finish it, which is good. Then we'll be on time, not to anything, but just to what I imagined we would when we would finish it. Let me start. So raid. Nope. I was doing a shout out. There we go. Am I spelling that correct? Yes. Okay. We don't have a raid message. Just say hello. Be kind to Fox. And that's it. That's really it. We'll be back tomorrow. Saturday, maybe a stream, maybe a late stream, if that. It depends. I might actually, there will probably be one. I imagine that after the internet tech leaves, I will probably want to test the internet. So we'll see if that works. We did not lose that much today. We lost only 866 frames. So. Hi, we rated you. Please respond. All right, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.